Hello everyone, and welcome to episode 17 of Disco Elysium. I remember this time exactly where we left off after earning some skill points and performing a very thorough autopsy that went really surprisingly well in terms of matching up what we thought we knew with what we could now prove. We have made our way up to the top of it's the roof of the Feld Electronics building, and we wanted to go in there because we believe that might be where Ruby is. Ruby is the... and again, it's episode 17, so I just like to give everybody an opportunity if they wanted to avoid any kind of spoilers. Ruby is understood to be the 8th Hardy Boy. She is suspected, I suspect her, of having bought our character's gun from the pawn shop, and she is in hiding, presumably for having some sort of interaction with the murder and the pretend lynching that we saw. Her whereabouts at the time of the crime are unaccounted for. However, the thing that I can't put together so far is that this feels very much like a very professional hit, and from what we understand, Ruby is just like a member of the Union. She is not one of the mercenaries. That said, there is a mercenary that's currently unaccounted for. We know the scab leader who's raising a big ruckus at the gates of the Harbor District. We know he's one of them. There's a second mercenary that's out there somewhere who we know to be a woman based on the descriptions that we've gotten, but that's all that we know. It's been sort of implied that she might be holed up in one of the buildings running communications. Maybe it's this building. So there's a lot to try to uncover. However, our very first priority is going to be to get down to the first floor and find a way to let Kim into the building. So that's where we are starting for sure. What on earth is this? Look for Ruby on the coast, enter the building, and let Kim in too. Yeah, and we want to do that first, because my character is slow and clumsy. He has no hand-eye coordination, and I don't think that we can go up there, right? So I need to have Kim in. Among other things, Kim still has his gun, and I don't know what kind of mood Ruby's going to be in when we find her. I have questions for her, not accusations. Okay. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Oh, there is something else here. It's a postcard. All right, I think I have a couple postcards to sell now. Oh, that is down. This perspective was messing me up. I thought it was just like a broken set of stairs that went up into nothing. Maybe into a different section of the roof or something. Oh, I definitely heard that. You should... Oh, thank you. That was not going to occur to me because it didn't strike me as being especially dim in here. But let's go to tools and flashlight. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeak by. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. But wait, where did I come down from? The antiquated office furniture, last century, maybe. I came down from the roof. Where's the staircase that I came down? Because is it this? If so, or am I in the basement currently? Maybe that's what it is. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Also, something did break as I came in here. I want to be very careful not to explore too much. Old file folders in the cart. Documents silvery with mold. That's a very good description. Silvery with mold is not a phrase that I would have thought of. Oh, here's Kim.
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Okay, I can actually see him, but...
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get this door open.
Okay, push the doors open.
It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails, once you dust the sand off, with the help of your partner, from the other side, the door opens with a creak.
I noticed that it missed the word slide there, unless I misheard it. It sounded like the panels on the rails once you slide the... Once you dust the sand off. Good.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
Well, Kim, you said to prioritize letting you in, and I think that's a good idea.
Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not running is a great way to do that.
Okay, I'm not even kidding a little bit. I'm really glad that Savoir Faire pointed that out, so we will attempt to be quiet. Now, let's just... Do I want to make any changes to my outfit? I don't think that I want to... Well, I did just get a Savoir Faire bonus, so... Where am I at with visual? No, see, we're kind of, Yeah, I want that +1 there. Do I want a different shirt? I would like conceptualization, I think, for our investigation. But I'm not so sure that I want to lose a point of suggestion if Ruby is in here. +1 physical instrument instead of +1 drama. That might come in handy. Yeah, I'm going to put on my tank top for today. Do I want to lose a point of authority in order to gain a point of logic? I'm already at +2 logic. Here's empathy and -1 logic. Those are the glasses I just took off. And then these are +1 visual calculus and -1 drama. I might want those. -1 drama. I could offset by putting on my mesh t-shirt again. I'm pretty good at drama already. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna ride with this for right now. Let's just, F5 it. At very, very few reloads in this game. Like 2. Most. Oh, here we go. Already something new. Hey, +1 suggestion, if I wanted it. How's my suggestion doing? Just fine. Got a few points into it. And I've also got points to spend, also. 3. Holy shit. I've got 3 points to spend. We're almost at 4. And you might ask, why am I not spending them? I want to wait to see if we need to white check anything. So that's why I'm not doing that. But what's this that I just got? The... Here it was. +1 suggestion for this coat. I really like the one that I've got, though. All right, we're gonna let this ride. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass. God, I just want to F5 at every couple steps. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Or crevasse? How do you usually say that? I'm gonna say crevice, personally. Stale fabric metal... Sorry, stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Okay, well that's good. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. And we've got, like, a shelf that we can check. For a new hat. Oh boy, if we really want to go... Next time I go to the communist meeting, I will be sure to wear my, What's the name of that? Oh, no, I used to know the name of that style of hat, I think, and now I'm completely forgetting it. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I have on empathy shoes, and I think that for this exploration segment, I would rather have my perception boots. Oh, jeans and those boots, they just make all the difference, don't they? Just want to... Yup, see?
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
Okay, that's an interfacing check, not a... Well, whatever. Computer components?
Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system.
Hello to Mia. Mia, I hope you're having a great Saturday, and I hope everything is going okay. I sent you a couple of texts earlier about news in your area. I trust everything is fine, but just figured that I'd check. So, how'd they do that and why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
Hey Kim, check it out.
So it is. I think it is used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
Slotted in the wall. Where do you see that would go, Kim? So this could be all that remains of Feld R&D?
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean.
Could this be part of the Feld playback experiment?
These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device here. You will be disappointed.
Hello to Blobbity Blah. Blobbity Blah, I hope that you're having a great Saturday as well. Okay, I guess that's it. I don't know why that suddenly rolled up on interfacing. When I put on the perception boots, I wanted to give a quick walk around to see if anything else sort of stuck out to my character. Getting a little point higher. Oh, that's as far as he'll go. No, it's not. Excuse me, Kim. Blah, blah, blah. If you're just joining us, we are exploring the inside of the Feld building after having made it up onto the roof of the building in the last episode. And we have, as you can see, gone through to bring Kim in. And the game has said, or rather, my sense of savoir-faire has said, for the love of God, don't run. Oh, we've got some footprints here. Boot prints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn than the other. Ah, so if this is Ruby, then we know who was wearing the uneven boots at the lynching. And also, I mean, I guess she could still be a driver? I don't remember what Ruby's profession is, vocation. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. I hope it's not like Cthulhu insects. I hate those guys. The tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. Alright, well, you won't mind if I try to just rub up against the walls anyway. Oh, hello to Azaric! Azaric, I hope you're having a nice Saturday. I think I saw you in Force's chat as well. Centrifugal Force, as far as I know, is still at this moment doing a stream of Valheim. I wanted to be careful how much of it that I saw, but we were in there and lurking for a while, and I'm kind of wondering if that might be a fun game night with the Peeps game. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Oh, I'm gonna... watch me autosave, or quick save. I would really like to, like, build a colony or whatever with Mia and Chivalry and others.
There it is
It'd be
again.
fun.
Like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Kim, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Pain, like a strange tingling?
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Oh, I want to ask him about this, but for real though, Kim, you don't feel anything.
No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Oh, Borlak! Borlak, okay, very quickly here, I need to make an adjustment to chat, which is going to blank it out for me, and I apologize for that. Borlak, I hope that you're having a great weekend so far. And Azric is thanking Mia for the shout-out, and blah 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 is saying, might stream again soon. Got hyped for the new Crash Bandicoot 4. Blah blah blah, that is very good news. I do hope that you'll let us know. Sorry if it sounds a little bit off-center, because it is. We're just going to do that. And then if the only thing I can accomplish is that right there, that at least gives us some base to work with. Okay.
He trusts your gut feeling on this.
Really? I wouldn't think that Kim would trust me at all. It warms my cold, dead heart that Kim has any faith in my character at all. I saw the footprints too. The right sole was worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, We need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Okay. This is video game for, hey, person playing, think very carefully about what you're going to do. It feels almost like it's saying to me, this is going to be a point of irrevocable change. So, we met the Union leader before, but haven't gotten any information from him. Maybe we should talk to him more first. That's a possibility. I suddenly remembered we were running the serial number on the victim's armor. Yes, I was. And they never came back. How bad do you think things could get? What do you think is waiting for us over there? Okay, well, let's go through these in order. The Union leader.
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Okay, so Kim wants to have them sign the document to have the construction go on, and... Like, having a youth center there wouldn't be the worst thing. It would be fine, except I just don't trust the guy asking for it. I suddenly remembered we were running the serial number on the victim's armor, like, for 5 days.
You think we should finish running it now? Maybe you're right. It might not be as useful later.
It's a minor point. Don't worry too much about this. There are bigger fish.
It's not a minor point to me, Logic. I put that number in. I asked for an update on the serial number. Honestly, more like almost a week ago. It's been so long. And Kim, how bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
That doesn't make me feel better, Logic. We can predict it with more information. So what do you think is waiting for us in there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Yeah, straight up, this is a point of no return. Okay, so then I'm going to put down a real save right about here. Okay, and then we're gonna go. I'm gonna go see if we can get an update. I can't swear to it at this moment. However, I really feel like earlier this game day, I did reach out to dispatch and say, hey, did you get anything back on that armor? And she was like, oh, no, sorry, still nothing. Also, for anybody who didn't get it earlier, we have to walk because this is... We're trying to limit the amount of noise that we make, is all. Alright, and this should be out. And now we should be able to run to our heart's content. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go check dispatch. Let me put away the flashlight because I don't need it right here. And let's put the bag in the hand. Also, another thing, because we don't know what might happen, we should sell all the postcards and stuff. I've got some clothing that I'd like to sell as well, but Pawn Shop Man does not accept clothing donations. Those go to Goodwill, I guess. So, I really didn't want to have them sign their homes away, but, I mean, Kim seems to think it's a good idea. And Kim is my partner in this. I want to, like, trust what he has to say. So the exact topic of conversation is this right here. Let's take a look at the task. Oh, we could also go talk to Kuno's dad. We could also go talk to Kuno's dad. Yeah, if we're going to hit a point of no return, there's some other stuff that we want to do first. A few different things. Okay. So, here's what we're talking about. Get Isabel and Lelienne in the nameless fishing village down the coast to sign Everart's document. Once the signatures are secured, mail the document to Everart's accountant using the mailbox on the plaza in front of the Whirling. The details that are missed out on here is that although Everart is apparently not replacing their homes with the youth center that he claims that he's putting together, instead he is, as the older woman said, the woman who, like our landlady said, he is going to take up like all the streets. I guess it's going to be a very large and imposing building, and she didn't seem to be too much of a fan of it, but said, well, if you can convince Leliane, then I might take a look. And my character is on surprisingly good terms with Leliane, so it seems like I could convince her. I have been here. Yes? Okay, yep, that's the waterlock. Blah 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 is asking what is goodwill, and hello to Grumpy and Patikin. Sorry, I was talking a bunch and didn't hello as quickly as I should have. Blah 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 is asking what is goodwill. Goodwill is here in the United States. It's sort of gosh, Mia might be better positioned to describe it accurately because I'm concerned that I'm going to misrepresent it. But it is a chain of storefronts that deal in accepting donations that are then resold at a very, very nominal amount in the interest of raising money for different charities. So I think that's an accurate description, but if any part of that is wrong, I suspect that many people here in the United States could correct me on that.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Okay, I don't need to ask anything else about the streetlight. Okay, let me sell the postcards that we have.
Hello. Sure, let me have a look.
Access your pawn
Anything
menu.
else you're thinking of selling?
Okay, Lieutenant's handkerchief we're going to save, but we're going to sell the postcard. Okay. To it here then? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure that I was doing it correctly. Now we've also got the blue medicinal spirits, and apparently it's not going to be a preservative for the body, which is why I didn't drink it. Maybe I should just down this. So Grumpy says not for various charities, for themselves, used to pay for their workers that are usually people in need. Okay, thank you, Grumpy. I wasn't 100% sure on the but yeah, in general, blah blah blah, if you have something that is potentially useful or valuable and you don't want to throw it out, and you know there's not necessarily a market or your interest level in selling it, if you donate it to Goodwill, then they will be able to sell it for some nominal amount, and it's basically going to a comparatively good cause. All right, I don't have anything else to sell at the moment. I don't know if he'd be able to.
I doubt it, but I can try and.
The pawnbroker's gaze is
F5. There we go. The other thing that I might want to do is I kind of wanted to order a set of custom dice from the dice maker. I want to say that it's like 15 real though. It's not cheap. It's been a very long time since I talked to her. And as long as we're here, because again, I don't know what's going to happen. Let's take a look around here.
The shine on these
stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth.
Okay. I honestly don't know what's it called is talking about with net
worth. If he really wants
worth.
to save the economy, he'd let you pay with net worth. The speakers, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
See, Savoir-Faire says this over and over again. Pay with your net worth, your net worth. I have had every shred of conversation that I can with this guy, and that's not in here. Do you sell any tapes?
You mean like
no idea. Continue. Continue.
You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
Are you from Sealang?
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago.
Okay, well, let's say you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the Seaguy province of the Serais Empire.
Uh-huh. Hold on, I want to say hello to Diesel Jones. Diesel, and everybody coming over, welcome. Diesel, I hope that you had a great stream of Ace Combat 7. It was 7, wasn't it? I have been watching your streams and having a great time, and I hope that, from what I've seen, you've had a really good time with them as well. I have played one Ace Combat game, which was Ace Combat 6, and that, I believe, was on the Xbox 360. They do not put those games out very often, but I have a relative, sort of a extended family, who was looking forward to Ace Combat 7 for years. He was so amped up to play it and really liked it too. That's not a story that ends in disappointment. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun getting to watch you revisit it. As Diesel says, it's definitely some nostalgia. I don't understand why they don't do those games more often. They certainly look nice, but I feel like if they just kept putting out mission packs and mission packs and mission packs, like, I don't know, I'd be into it. I'd love to see them do those games more often, but I hope you had a great stream. We were in there and lurking for a bunch of it, and that game's cool.
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Okay, isn't that name kind of insensitive?
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism, but the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
Right, but and again, I already said this, so we might as well try this. Isn't it only a shithole because of Revachol?
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me.
Right. So I do not know why savoir-faire is in my face all of the time about pay with net worth. That's very specific to this guy. It is not a topic of conversation. So apparently it's something that that maybe there's a check in that conversation that I'm naturally failing. All right, that is what's his face. He lost his best friend. So yeah, let's do a couple things here. Let's call, and we're going to see if they came back with anything on the serial number for the armor.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Radio?
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Yes. I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Okay, I just want to point out that this must have been related to that advancement in the plot. Because, again, it's been days, and she originally said that she needed one.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Elis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February, 09.
Neonatal Care Unit?
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict.
So based on all of the information that we're getting here, and I really want to pause very quickly to say to anybody that came over from the high-flying jet action of Diesel Jones's stream, this is Disco Elysium. It is a top-down, sort of open-world detective mystery RPG. No combat, but a lot of conversation, a lot of plot details, and at episode 17, we are fairly deep into it. And thank you very much to the follow to Roadblock 00. Thank you very much. At episode 17, we are pretty deep into the story, so if anybody was interested in just sort of a flash opinion, I think this game is great. If anything that you've seen in the last 2 or 3 minutes has piqued your interest, I highly recommend checking out some reviews. This game is extremely well received, and I understand why. That said, we're gonna be talking main spoiler stuff now, starting right now. So with that said, based on every detail that we've gotten here, it's overwhelmingly likely that Elis Kortenaer is the identity of the man that was hanging from the tree. We haven't known his name, but when he was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit, the fact that he was an orphan, the fact that he was honorably discharged, this matches up with every shred of information we were able to get out of Klasia.
Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Yeah, let's ask a few of these things. So he as a baby, he was found in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on the foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
So all we have to connect him to Krenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
Okay, that didn't sound very much like a shout, but he did lean in closer and shout that last line.
No problem, Lieutenant.
Alice sounds pleased.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He just gave me a nod of confidence earlier. Well, we have his name and service record now.
A name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
No, not really.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Okay, so I'm very glad that I did that. So, do you think that we should go talk to Klasia about the fact that now we know the name of the guy? I'm going to go upstairs and see if we can talk to her about it. And because I have now, I believe, 4 skill points, I'm a little bit inclined to spend another on a thought. Because I can. Yeah, we've got 4 skill points. And look, we're 2/3 of the way towards another. Boy, I don't want to waste this, but... I cannot afford to take a -2 to physical instrument for sure, not even for 20 hours. The litany of contact mic, I kind of feel... It only takes 15 minutes. I'd get it quick. But the fact that it... So there's a couple things about the litany of contact mic. Number one, it only takes 15 minutes, which makes me think that that is probably not that good. The other thing, though, is that it was such a random aside. It's so unlikely that I would have come across this unless everybody does. I don't know. It feels like a really rarefied topic of conversation that maybe that's why it only takes 15 minutes, because only a small percentage of people would find it. Oh, and Mia is at the computer now rather on the phone, so she can type more and says hello. Excited to see you stream again, blah, blah, blah. Yes, absolutely. Well, this would be the next thing that I'd want. I want to know who my character is, and this actually incurs no penalty. I also don't know what good it would do to have my date of birth to know how old I am. I don't know. Every single one of these feels like a gamble. I don't think I can right now. But what is sort of spooking me off of that is that the last time that the last, like, 1 or 2 things that I got off the thought cabinet were borderline useless. Like, they don't play to my character's strengths at all. They don't really go to the way that I'm playing the game. Specifically, I think it was this one. Yeah, regular law officials. Regular law official. I took a permanent -1. Well, permanent until I forget this theory. -1 to Shivers, -1 to Island Empire, which I don't really care, and all learning caps raised to 3. Well, that's fucking great, isn't it? Because, like, I wasn't at 2 on any of these things, so it didn't mean anything to me. It's basically 2 penalties that I'm taking to get... Oh, wait. Wait, no, dude. We've got something new to take a look at here. In the yard below, a corpse lies under the pine tree. Oh, yeah, also, we cut down the corpse. I didn't go talk to her immediately after doing that because I was thinking that maybe she'd have something more to say after the body was removed. But we're waiting until basically tomorrow to do that, which is another reason that we might not return to the Feld electronics station today. I want the boots off the body, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get them. And this is not a question for chat. My concern is that I won't be able to get them if if the body has been removed, so, or after I have the conversation in Feld Electronics. So I think that what we're going to have to do is put Kim to bed tonight, go to the body and try to get the boots off, assuming that it's accurate. Then Kim would probably just think, oh, it must have been more scavengers during the night, and then he takes the body away and we just continue on with our lives.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
Appears has nothing new to say, but let me just check
Yes,
some of
miss.
these.
I hope you don't mind.
No, this
All right.
is
Coolly,
nothing.
gracefully, she poured.
Okay. I thought that maybe identifying, like, she was in a romantic relationship with Ellis for like a number of weeks, and I thought that maybe knowing the actual name of the guy that she was with would be meaningful to her, but my character disagrees, does not view it as a valuable topic of conversation. Blah, blah, blah. By the way, I hope that Papalotko's having a nice summer. It really does fall squarely into that category of, I don't want Papalotko to think that we have forgotten her or don't, like, miss her streams. Like, I miss her streams very much. However, I also don't want to be, like, bothering her about it. You know, she's busy with work. I fully understand that. And it's just more about, like, hopefully some point down the line, her schedule will clear up again and she can continue streaming. And I just like her to know that we'll all be very excited when that happens. Blah, blah, blah says, feels weird to have the thought process mechanic in the game when the player is reluctant to do it because of negative effects. Yeah, I would be interested to know more about what the thought process was, because I am not. One thing you'll notice that I'm not doing is... Let me just talk to Manana real quick. Maybe he has something new to say.
Hola, wandering man.
Nothing. It is possible that I could just jump onto Google and read about exactly what every thought does and know all of that stuff. I'm not going to do that. They certainly didn't leave it ambiguous because they want to sell strategy guides, because that's not a thing anymore. So why did the developers decide to leave that particular mechanic opaque? And maybe it's just to appeal to that sense of the unknown, because one thing in Disco Elysium is that you are rediscovering who your character is. It really plays up that amnesia aspect of things. So I think that might be it, that they're playing into the flavor of it. But yeah, like you said, blah, 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 I am very hesitant to do that because you don't know what you're going to get. Whereas if I put a point into one of these attributes, at least I have a sense of what I'm going to get. Greater understanding of cop culture, or gotta love Party Planet, stuff like that. I actually don't know why I'm going back in here. I should go get the signatures. I don't think that he's going to have anything to say to me.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
What's in the container that's outside your office? That's an interesting question.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Kvalsund crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Sure, I will talk the container into opening. I don't think that he's going to like this very much, but I can tell him that the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew and I stopped this madness. That's true. I'm not sure that I want to say that right now. I should go get the signatures. There's an option here to lie about the signatures, and I'm not going to do that. Can we go over a few details about the murder?
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you.
Now, In an actual police investigation, I would not volunteer this information, at least not at this phase, because we know something he doesn't, and it feels like I'm giving away knowledge for no purpose. However, I'm curious in how he's going to react to this. So I'm going to tell him there was a bullet in the hanged man's head.
So they shot him?
He sounds pleasantly surprised.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard.
It's impossible to say if he's telling the truth, sire.
What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my two little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
They're already cooperating with me. I'm not going to ask him for this favor. I don't need them to cooperate with me further.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
And I'm going to go looking for Ruby before I go talking about my lost gun. So, yeah, I'm going to leave now. And what we're going to do is I think I'm going to have to go get those signatures. And I'm going to do that because Kim thinks it's a good idea. Alternatively, is Kim telling me that because he thinks that we're out of options? See, I don't think... Sorry, I should finish that thought. I'm thinking about the impact that my character's going to wind up having on this area of Revachol. Oh, wait, I wanted to, see if I could talk the container open, which is not here. All right. We might have to change clothes to make a good spin at this.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Okay, so we've got a 58% chance, and it's a white check, so we can retry it. But I bet that we can... Sorry, I bet that we can get that even a little bit higher. So let's check my clothes. Do I have anything at all that is plus rhetoric? And, yeah, that's -1 rhetoric. Rhetoric. Yeah, I don't have anything, any bonus or non-bonus. And this is a great example of why I like having a couple experience points, or skill points rather, in the queue, because then, if we try it and fail, it's at least an option. I really screwed that up. I'm sorry, is this a rhetoric check? I think that it is. I already forgot what kind of check it is. Perception, drama, no.
You're back before the cargo container.
72%? However, there is one other thing that we can do. Nothing more to do here. There's one other thing that we can do. We can go into tools, and I can light up. How many of these do we have? 2? Yeah, let's try to get our absolute best opportunity to do this.
You're back before the cargo container.
83%, up from 58 or so. Do it.
Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is anybody there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face.
Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Oh my god, I think it's a character from South Park. He's made of pure energy. Mega rich light bending guy. Oh, I can't wait to make this man's acquaintance.
You can't be serious.
Wait, before I meet ultra rich light bending guy, how do I want to be dressed? Probably high rhetoric. perception or compassion. He's light bending. I'm gonna go with empathy. And then for pants, I don't know, that seems fine. And then I'm not sure that I want to lose the empathy point to get a rhetoric point. Or maybe I do. And then for like a jacket, boy, I would really love to have different tabs for different pieces of clothing. +1 empathy and +1 hand-to-eye coordination. Is that good? Relative to this? Visual calculus? I think I'm going to go in like this. I think. Yeah. Azra gave me a Jeremy. Thank you very much. All right. Let's do it. Let's talk with Ultra Rich Light Bending Man. Is he actually going to be bending light when we go in there? Or is he, like, taking a breather? Cooking. I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, okay. So I cannot highlight him, but I can apparently talk to him.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Do I want to squint? Well, I am very visually perceptive, so let's do that. Also, I don't know what this number is down here.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Wow. I think wow is appropriate.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
What you can see of his body appears composed in a sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. I guess I could just walk right back out. Just pull a Mia. Where is the clothing? Just turn around. No, I'm going to ask him, who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Sure. I'm just curious, if my character had gone capitalist, would this be like his demiurge, his deity? How did you become so... No, I don't care how he became so rich. What are you doing in this shipping container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Sirens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
Okay, so Encyclopedia apparently thinks that I should say this. Sure. Let's go with we're in Revachol, formerly a colony of the Kingdom of Surezne.
Ah, a fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Yeah, how dare they? So why don't you help them? You've got so much money it can't make a difference to you.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
Hold on. It's just gonna take a second coming face to smear with somebody who says spending money is a matter of desire. Okay. So you travel from place to place via shipping container?
Smart, no? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to.
Borlak is going to lurk. Borlak, thank you very much for the lurk. I hope that you continue. If we don't get a chance to talk to you before the end, I hope that you continue to have a great Saturday.
Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outdoor, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Are you saying that being rich isn't worth the hassle?
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
So we already know that he doesn't want to be talked to about for money, nor am I inclined to ask him about that. So let me ask him how he got rich.
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's up, Kim? Kim, go ahead and tell me how I'm the annoying one in this conversation.
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
Sure, I'd love to hear more about his worldview. What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work.
Oh no.
You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
So my reward for smoking a cigarette and getting into the shipping container is blinding anger. That's what I got here. Achievement unlocked. Don't you think you should use the great wealth of the glory of your fatherland? No, thank you. You're a thief. People are out here working their asses off while you chill in here. It's great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think that you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society? I mean, like it's one of those situations where it's like, what is even the point? What is even the point of trying to talk to somebody whose worldview is this far warped relative to 99.9% of the rest of humanity? It's like you're trying to describe the world to someone who only perceives it by interpreting shadows on a cave wall. He's not going to get it. So it just feels like a waste of breath, but we'll try the more reasonable approach. Congratulations, but don't you think that the rest of society could benefit from at least a tiny infinitesimal fraction of that?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Well, I don't give a fuck here in the options, so, thousands.
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this.
He says, jabbing his finger into the air a bit.
Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Says the man who inherited all of his... Okay.
Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
Why is that not an option? Oh, actually it is. Okay, this was not here before, I don't think. There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
His essence seems to signify actual surprise. You look a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
I mean, I can't even see you, like something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals. It's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Fucking sure. So what is our coefficient?
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998. Repeating, that's not good for you.
Are you telling me that you are so rich that light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Literally calm.
That's good.
Kim, are you seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
So I'm not going to ask him for money. I should get back to our investigation. I mean, I actually, at this point, what do I have to lose by asking him for money? Because I smoked a cigarette to get in here. I want to get my smoke's worth, so fuck it.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
Look worse to who? Kim, light-bending man? Has it occurred to you that I do not give a shit how I look to him, or don't look to him, because he looks like nothing to me, so...
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man.
Oh boy, you really don't get outside very much.
As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines.
How much could a coffee cost, Michael? $100,000?
Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
I guess I'm just gonna say thank you for your kindness. I think I would probably just say thanks, but...
You're welcome. You know...
His eyes narrow. The light seems to bend more aggressively.
Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Like heaven, a man. I can't tell you how much I can wait to invest my $3.
This is a proposal, not a question. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Fuck. See, so wait. Can I exit out and change my clothing into something that is conceptually based? Hold on a second, because I've got not a bad choice, but let me also, I have a +1 due to my dress code, I guess, which is cool. But hold on.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Okay, stop for a second. Conceptualization. That's what I need. So, yeah, saying put on this shirt. I don't think there's anything else in here, but let's take a quick look. Wait, maybe I should put on my indirect means of taxation shoes. I've never had a reason to wear them, but maybe this guy will like them. Okay, where were my taxation shoes? Or were they pants? No, here they are. Yeah, I'm gonna put those on. And since he seemed to like my dress code, let's put that on. Oh, I'm still bending light. That's why I can't see what I look like. All right, wait.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
So, I don't want to pass up the opportunity to have any thoughts, but these are like libertarian shoes, and I don't think I'm going to possibly go for this.
Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silken leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra-liberal.
I'd like to point out that I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that I found these shoes in like a locker or something.
They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology.
Noted. Okay, let me have a quick chat with Lightbending Man here with a little bit more conceptualization, and I still have my intellect up for another 35 minutes.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
And it's a red check that cannot be retried. Oh, why didn't it go up at all when I put an extra point into it? It's still at 42%. Is it just hard capped there? I would have expected to go up a little bit. Oh, wait. No, I lost a point.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Yeah, he doesn't
What
like
can
my
I do
outfit as
for
much.
you?
Hold on. Was it the jeans or the shoes? It doesn't really matter. Let's just put them both back on.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
No. Hold on a second. It was the shirt? The white polo shirt, then. Is that what he liked?
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Yeah.
What can I do
Awesome.
for you?
So it comes out to 42% one way or the other. So now the only question is, should I... I don't have any conceptualization classes. That feels so wrong. But no, I don't. Conceptualization, nope. So, I can't boost it past 42%. unless I put one of my 4 points into it. So if I drop a point into conceptualization, which is already at 7, it's already at 7. See art in the world, it says. Do I want to risk a point in this? I don't think I do. I really don't. I'm gonna make the roll. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. This guy, what is it? Maybe he gives you like infinity money in 4 days or whatever. Fuck it. I don't care.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Plan that's sure to fail.
What can I do for you?
What's worse than throwing money at something that's already failed?
I have an idea for a board game.
Go on.
It's extremely high concept.
I'm ready.
It's a pen and paper game where people all over the world can play with each other using radios.
Nicking an idea that wasn't worth anything in the first place and trying to pass it off as your own? How very entrepreneurial. I love it.
Hold on. Have we met before?
I can say I wouldn't really know. I really think I would remember him. I'm gonna say maybe I wouldn't really know.
No, on second thought, it couldn't have been you. Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came to me a long time ago, calling themselves Fortress Accident. The name should have been a red flag. They pitched me and a handful of other investors on an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world.
So what happened?
Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... How do I put it? They lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity. We lost all of our money. High art types never deliver. They're only good for peddling Wilkins or whatever creeps they come up with.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Where are they now?
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty.
Did you try to salvage the project somehow?
Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You seem like a reasonable man, but that is not a reasonable plan.
Okay, well, maybe I was wrong. We've all learned something today.
He's very sure, though, that he's not going to do it. Thank you for the advice. Sure, just thank you for the advice.
You're welcome. Now, was there something else I could help you with?
Hold on, I gained a new thought about bankruptcy sequence. Okay, that's it. Bankruptcy sequence. Business loves silence, the second loudest sound in the world, eclipsed only by the collective screams of market crash victims. So let me whisper to you, do you feel the veil of the sun god slipping? Are the better days gone? Are we entering bankruptcy? Is the company going to go down and leave you in the gutter with the rest of the dredges? Delivering parcels for soup money. You need to crisis manage your way out of this. Again, though, like we were saying to blah blah blah, I don't know what I would get in you know, I'm gonna lose a point of empathy for a little while, usually, but then, like, what am I gonna get on the back end of that? It's just hard to guess, and I don't want to start that sequence right now. Okay, bye, light bending man. You really seem like an asshole. Spending money is a matter of desire, is a thing that he said. He really just, it's just, people just spend money on things that they want, right? You know, sometimes it's a video game system and sometimes it's insulin, but it all comes just down to a matter of things that people feel like having right at the moment. So I'm going to go into the basement and we're going to see if we can get that fucking freezer open. And if it's still locked because it's been only the 5 days and it is still frozen shut, then I will spend a point on... What's it called? Go down here. Then we're going to spend a point on physical instrument and try to wrench it open that way. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Go up here. Okay, let's get the tool in the hand. We're going to put away the cigarettes and the bag, and we're going to get out the multi-tool thing. Oh, wait. If I'm going to do this, let's make sure that we have all of the benefits that we can. I'm going to put on our fire t-shirt. I'm going to put on my regular thing again. And then in terms of, like, the jeans or whatever, I mean, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. And I don't have anything that's negative physical instrument, right? Nope. Okay. So let's see if it can open, or if we can even give it a shot.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream.
Yeah. Okay. So I am once again going to put down a pretty meaningful save here. Put it down right there. All right, and yeah, I'm going to put a point into physical instrument as soon as I find it here somewhere. Physical instrument, there it is. Flex powerful muscles, enjoy healthy organs. Hit it. All right, we're just going to put in 1 point. Now let's see what the percentage would be.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
What is wrong with this fucking thing? Like, why is it so frozen? That's only 42%. So, before we do anything else, I am going to pop some speed. Or huff some speed? What do you do with speed? I don't know. It looks like pills, so pop some speed. And the reason we're going to do that is going to give us a +1 in motoristics, which is not relevant to this at all, so I'm not going to do that. No, I need something that boosts up my physique, and I don't have that. Okay, I take it back. No speed. Well, fuck it.
This
42%
is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Okay. I'm going to put another point into physical instrument.
This orange machine is
58%.
It has a hand. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Kavalzund multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen killed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Okay, let's go there immediately.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
Oh, no. Wait. Okay. Am I curious to know? I don't think that I am. It's not going to make any sense to me. And what if it erases? No, I'm going to take it directly to her. I'm going to take it to her based on the concern that I'm going to look in there. It's going to be like, oh, yep. And I'm going to get like 5 experience points. And then like it's going to erase. Remember that the off-site copy was here because something happened and it damaged the information. Then again, we are bringing it to the hole in the universe. Is it possible that's going to erase it? No, I'm going to take it to her. We were hired to do a job. We did a job. We're going to go take this to the person that took it. Am I a detective or am I like a weird, creepy, peeping Tom or whatever? A data peeping Tom. Also, put that away. And I do have it, right? Yep, it's right there. The cube-like crisscrosses of filaments feel oddly fragile in your hands. Its intricate structure is still cold to the touch. Silver tape reads offsite copy. This filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. We're going to bring it to the person that owns it in an attempt to make sure that it gets functional. I cannot tell you how much I want to put it into the radio computer and see what it is, but if it were to be damaged or destroyed, then Suna would never help us. We'd never be able to talk to a cell. We'd never be able to interface with Noid or any of the other stuff, so yeah. I just have to remember where the church is. And then we'll talk to What's-Her-Face as well there. This is what I like about games like this, where I don't know what the consequences of different actions are, so I am making the best, like, logical assumption based on what we know and what we've learned in the world. Namely, that the original data was badly damaged and couldn't get recovered, and my character doesn't know why. It seems like something to do with the Pale, so let's not risk anything here. You notice that I'm walking in here because I was told previously that you shouldn't run around in here.
Yes, what is it?
About the offsite copy.
Yes?
I brought it right here.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
She takes the filament, inspecting the metallic tape on its side. So what's going to happen now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door. And I'm going to ask, what are you even hoping to find?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. It's the abyss staring back at you.
So conceptualization is very concerned about this. So should I say, please just stop playing with this thing? Because so for anybody joining us, there's a hole in the universe inside this church, a little like 3mm rip in the fabric of space, and it's causing a silence. And I'm thinking that number 3 is my character urging her to stop poking at that with a stick. Something's very wrong with that filament memory. I'm gonna say... Boy, I could flip a coin between 2 and 3. Because here's the thing, conceptualization is very artsy. It's very abstract. And I don't know if the information that it's giving me here is sensible or just poetic. I'm gonna say something's very wrong with that filament memory, because my character doesn't understand what this is, and I don't understand what this is. So something's very wrong with the filament memory.
Sona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something, for her morning star, eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here, I found it.
Where? Wait, do I want to lean closer? I don't want to lean closer to this thing. It seems very delicate. I can't see anything.
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps, and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
Yeah, literally didn't say anything. She clocks up her typing speed.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
There's joy in her voice as she bumps her fist into the air. Okay, maybe it's not that delicate. You found... Well, okay, no, let's go with congratulations. This seems like a good thing, hopefully.
Thank you.
She yells back with a grin. So where is it? Where's your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church where a group of water bowls forms a ritualistic arch.
Think you can help me again?
Yes.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double-check my calculations.
What an interesting proposition. Truly a task for the intellectuals, solving the puzzle of water bowls.
I will help you out.
Figure it out? No. I don't need you to figure anything out. I've got a computer for that.
She pats the mainframe.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating. In this task, a child could do it.
Right, but what's... How oddly prideful to go this far and then not agree to move a couple water bowls a couple centimeters. She's not asking us to help her move, right? No problem.
Thanks.
Okay. Now, it was like the third and fourth bowl. Maybe we'll see what we can... Right, like which one is third and which one is fourth. We've got some wires that connect them. They sort of snake all over the place. There's no telling left from right, third from fourth. Let's save it real quick. Let's try one of these.
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor.
All right, these look like the exact two things that I was asked to do, so let's do them in the order that she said them. We're going to move the third bowl.
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. This task is an insult to your mental skills.
Oh, my character needs to get over himself. It's not a big deal, bro. You're just moving a couple bowls. It's going to take 2 minutes. Move the fourth bowl.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place, after all.
All right, save, talk.
Yes, what is it?
My character's such a baby. I have moved the... I'm just, like, gonna put this out there. At work, I take out my own trash. I walk it out to the dumpster myself. I don't leave it for the janitorial staff. I don't do that. During the pandemic, this is not something that I've ever brought up. It's been 18 months. It just seems like a nice thing to do. There's a couple of people that haven't been in the office because they have health concerns, and especially during a pandemic, they shouldn't be coming in. I've been watering their plants. It takes like a minute. It's not a big deal. It really bothers me that my character's being such a baby about this. I have moved the bowls. It was mind-numbingly easy. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops, biting into her chapped lip.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Okay, what's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
It's a hole in reality. I'm scared about it as well. You know what else I've been quietly wondering myself? If you... Like, this hole in the universe is 2 millimeters wide, right? If you like got up on a ladder and you put it in your mouth or like in your hand, and then you moved away, would it go through you? It wouldn't come with you because it's a hole in the fabric of space. So would it rip part of you out? It's not something that I want to try. I've just been wondering about it. Isn't it just going to be silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin.
What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
She grows silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. I actually do agree that we should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Okay, this is going to take a second. Why assume that something that has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying? Well, it's the absence of existence. That's a real, like, existential dread. I can understand that. It doesn't personally, like, shock me, but... Shiv and I are both curious as to why your first thought was to put it in your mouth. It's just like, I guess... I don't know why that was my first thought, because you would think that you could also just grab it with your hand, but I guess my hand has more, like, gaps that it could slip through, whereas, like, in your mouth, there's only one way in or out, and, you know, your lips close pretty tight, so, like, would it just rip a hole in the side of your face? I don't know. It was just, ever since we heard about this thing, I've been thinking about, like, what if you tried to physically interact with it in some way? Would it get bigger as it sort of like expanded? Like if you poked it with like a broom handle, would it like get to the size of the broom handle as it poked in? Is it like hollowing out a crack in a dike so that it suddenly lets out more nothing? I'm very curious about this conceptually. Why assume that something has... Okay, it is scary, but we have to face it. Hey, I don't think I want to do this anymore. It seems too dangerous. Oh, no. We are in for a penny, in for a pound. We're going to do this. Okay, let's go with this. Yeah, this is what logic had said. Why assume that something that has no presence, existence, or qualities has to be terrifying?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary.
Well, it is scary, but we have to face it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
She puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press the unmute on her keyboard.
The lieutenant takes a step back.
It kind of reminds me of, like, in Ghostbusters when they turn on the proton pack inside the elevator and Egon tries to get back into the corner. I always really like that.
And then, nothing. Nothing happens. As Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
She's going to tell us one way or the other. Let's just be quiet and see what happens.
She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Okay.
Damn it.
She lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Did you hear anything?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No.
She rests her face on her hands, massaging her forehead.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is.
She raises her head, staring at all the machines that litter the church, cables coiling up on the floor like pests.
You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
This can't be it. You should have a listen.
My perception is not high enough for this to do. It is a white check, so I can retry it, but... I'm going to put on my perception boots. I have to say, I think it was Elf Planitor said that he felt like the clothing system in this was really like a missed opportunity or whatever. The more that this has gone on, the more strongly I agree with him, because for every single white check now, we come into the inventory menu and reconfigure this stuff, and it's what like the benefits of this. I kind of feel like they, like from a design perspective, maybe they thought that people would put on an outfit that complemented their playstyle and leave it alone. But almost immediately you realize that that's a terribly inefficient way to go about this. And that if you consistently re-outfit yourself... I don't want to wear this hat very much, but maybe logic will help me out. Okay, so where's my perception? Perception is up to +1. Let's try it out.
Yes, what is it?
58%. And this is a motoristics thing. Wait, hold on. Motoristics, right? That's yellow. Yep, so now I'm going to pop the speed. It's under tools because of how useful it is in a variety of circumstances. Oh, God, this stuff. Oh.
Yes, what is it?
72%. That's what we got it up to. Come on, big perception.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Suna, what if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
I think the pawn shop sells one.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
Or the dance party kids would have it.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the... Arab? I have no idea how to pronounce this, or what it means exactly.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
They could help us with their speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
As long as you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As always.
Got it. I'll go talk to him.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
God damn it, this game is weird. Okay. I have to take this hat off immediately. We're gonna go back. Oops. Nope, that's not right. And now that. Oh, yeah, and I don't want to be, in this particular shirt. Where's the shirt that I like? Physical instrument is okay, but where's my... Didn't go back to my mesh tank top. Alright, and I also want to put my speed away, if I can. I'm always nervous about right-clicking on it there, because I don't want to accidentally use another hit. Okay. No, stop running. That is pure habit when that happens. Also, just so that everybody knows, if you still see a little bit of like hitch and judder on like the screen as I'm moving around in the world, that is actually just representative of how the game looks. I don't know why it's got a little bit of a... it's not perfectly smooth based on what appears to be a very artistic but otherwise pretty straightforward presentation, but that's how it is. Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Oh, okay, sure. Okay, sure. Alcohol? Yeah, I love that stuff. Why did I suddenly find this? I guess I'm wearing my perception boots. Jesus. Okay. Who knew this was here? Actually... Oh, magnesium. For a second, I thought I found more speed. Oh, and the answer to that was going to be probably many people in chat knew that this was here, and I sure didn't, so I'm glad that that suddenly came up. Oh, and wait, there's something down here, too. Look at all this cash. Okay. I cannot tell you how gratifying it is to succeed at some of these roles after all the ones that we failed. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent plus a trace of ether. Okay, let me think for a second. So, it's this kid that we're going to tell him that he can move in, right? And then hopefully we can talk to Noid?
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He looks excited, the tips of his hair are sharp and white, the bleach has consumed almost all of the toothbrush on the mirror in front of him. I'm here to talk about the church.
Yes? What's the deal?
Good news, I managed to convince Suna. She's okay with you guys moving in, but on one condition, she needs your speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're a true ally and the augury of a new era of Nordic dance music.
The Speed Freak smiles, happier than he's ever been before. Also, the "you're a true ally" was said and not written here. I don't know why I feel the need to point that out. It's just, this game is so... It's so polished in so many ways that whenever something doesn't match up, it stands out a little bit. It doesn't bother me. It's just sort of a point of curiosity every time. You're going to have to share space for a couple weeks until she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage.
He grins excited.
And you haven't changed your mind about our little side business, have you?
I have absolutely no memory of that at all, so I'm going to say that I'm a man of my word.
All right. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Okay, so I'm going to want to check in with Noid, because now that our signs are coefficienting or whatever... Oh yeah, boy, they packed up everything. In the rain, too. And Acel is gone. So, when he said a couple hours, does he mean an actual couple of hours, or is this... Is it like this game works, where there's a passage of time that I need to keep in mind, or is it like most games work, where... No, it's cool, you just go in right now. I'm going to try to go in right now. If the door is barred and Kim is like, no, remember, he said to come back in a couple hours, then we'll have our answer. And then we're going to go talk to Kuno's father, probably. I put a couple extra points into physical instrument. Maybe we can actually get something done with that dude. By the way, the reason that I quick save all the time, even though I virtually never reload, is because I'm always worried about clicking the wrong thing. Oh man, look at this place. Yeah, they got set up right quick.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000!
10,000 would be easy to imagine in a space that can hold several dozen. He waves his hand in an unbelievably lame and non-hardcore manner.
Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
He looks at the imposing black box in the corner that's churning out the sound.
Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
So I can ask him, what does he propose? Acel, what would you suggest? I actually kind of like that. Egghead is... I'm not asking Egghead anything. Noid. Now, asking Noid might help us, like, coefficient better. Or I could ask Kim. Kim is so unamused. Kim does not care at all. I'm going to ask Noid.
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, amnesia.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys.
All right, I want to see what Acel has to say.
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Sorry, that brought back two separate must-see TV NBC sitcom memories. So, hello to Jägermeister, who says hello, Angelicans. Jägermeister, I hope that you're having a great day so far, and I don't remember that we had a chance to talk to you about, maybe in passing, about that Oxygen Not Included stream that you did, but it's made me interested to do it again, to do one of my own. Before I click on the next option, a question to Jägermeister. On my old desktop, the one that I used to stream from, Oxygen Not Included, and only Oxygen Not Included, would cause that system to crash. It was random. It was happenstance. It didn't seem to, there was no pattern or logic to it. I would get the frowny face, something has gone wrong with your computer, that Mia sometimes gets on her system now. And it was only that game. And I'm just curious, and I've looked and I've tried to figure it out, and I've been hesitant to put Oxygen Not Included onto this computer because I don't want to trigger some weird issue with this system. But I'm just curious if you have any thoughts, having played a bunch of it yourself. Anyway, so I'm going to go in order of people that I care about their thoughts. So I'm going to go with Suna.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Okay, Andre, let's hear from you then.
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
The speed freak with yellow beads around his neck is looking at you.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
So far, I like Amnesia most. Let's ask Egghead. Egghead's an idiot.
Yakukata! Yakukata! The place to be!
Fucking, okay.
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, eh? Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Kim has no thoughts at all, I'm sure.
I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Okay, so I'm going to say that I think I've come up with a name. What's interesting, Jägermeister, who says that he has no idea about the Oxygen Not Included crash, is that on the laptop that my producer uses more often than not, it doesn't crash ever. At all. So presumably it wouldn't crash on this system either. It was concerning, and I'd love to go back into Oxygen Not Included. I would love to do a full-length run through Oxygen Not Included. And Force says, hello, leaving a lurk. Force, before you go, I had a lot of fun looking at your stream of Valheim earlier today. That seems like a very cool game. It made me very glad that we picked up a couple copies in the Steam Summer Sale to do some multiplayer here. So that was very neat. Thank you for streaming that.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Why not? If Amnesia was on here, I would have gone with that. I vote that we call the club Disco Elysium.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
Force is saying that Valheim is very fun and his first time playing. Yeah, again, Force, it made me interested to know if Chivalry and Mia would be interested to dive into a game like that and build up our little town or community or base or whatever it was and tried to advance it, because I think it'd be very cool.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing it in violet blue.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat.
I very much like this dancing. I'm Commander Shepard, and that's the best dance in the Citadel.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
No, man, I'm disco as shit. Start tapping your foot.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
I guess I'll ask him about it.
I'm dancing!
He performs yet another strange pattern of moves, but it doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it looks kind of lame.
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
Oh, go after him conceptualization. We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man!
Force is back to playing. Okay, yes, but thank you very much for the lurk. Oh, Force's server is $13 a month. Is there a way to play without a server? That would be... I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay, jumps up and down with glee, his moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the light club lights.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But there's a noticeable lack of something.
So there's at 3%, there's no point in trying it. It's never gonna happen. I might have some clothing or something that would get me a point of composure, but hey, I've been meaning to ask you, what's with your hair?
It's to express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Even though this is something that I've perceived, it doesn't seem like a very polite thing to ask about. Why would I want to ask him about this? That doesn't seem nice. Is it important for you to... Of course it's important to him to be an individual. I'm just going to say fair enough. Here's the thing. I can say, is it because you're balding? But why? That just seems horribly rude. So that's fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway.
I didn't... Okay. Alright, let me see if I have anything that can raise up my composure. I don't think there is. I think that there's like a rain slicker that I can get, but I don't actually have it. Could these wires work as contact microphones? I don't know, we'll have to go ask Contact Mike. Okay, composure is what I'm into right now. Yeah, I don't think there's anything, but we're just going to take a quick look through. Yeah. Maybe it would be like, maybe Valheim would work like Don't Starve, where you could have, or like Conan, where you could have a server, but you can also just have a player that's serving. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I might as well try it, because maybe for the first time ever it'll come up boxcars.
Hey, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and dream of the shapes your body should form to bring this strange music into life. For now, such ferocity of motion is beyond you.
But just imagine the moves you could pull to this futuristic beat.
Puts a grin on your face just to think about it. Even a failed attempt gets the juices flowing and repairs some of the damage done by battles lost. If you up the dose and truly dance, who knows what will happen? Salvation.
Okay, yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, so
Goodbye, officer.
that was a lot of something. And I think I got another point. Yeah, we've got 3 points and halfway to a 4th again. All good news. So, I'm basically going to talk. So let's talk to Egghead, the guy who I least want to speak with. It's going to all be downhill from here.
The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Large speakers are set up behind the young man blasting a familiar song.
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
That's a lot of very specific detail. I've given him all the tapes that I have. Now, there is a tape stuck in the tree that I can go try to get, and I do have another roll with that with my interfacing, I think. How do you like it in the church?
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place! The first page of the 2nd chapter!
His voice echoes all around the Grand Hall.
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or 2 left in you. Last of the penultimate, or like.
Okay. I don't think there was anything else pending that I wanted to ask him about. Alright, let's talk to Suna.
Yes, what is it?
She doesn't look up from her keyboard. How's the project going? I see that your neighbors have moved in, but all I can hear is Anodic dance music.
What? What did you say?
You can barely hear her over the thumping bass of Anodic dance music. I said, how's the project going?
I can't hear you! The music is too loud!
Project, how goes?
Oh, the project! It's not going well!
Her face lights up for a second before she gives you an exaggerated head shake. Why?
There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
What?
Egghead! A 3.5 cable! Into the auxiliary input! Okay?
Why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata! A place to be, apparently!
Alright, I'll go talk to him.
Thanks! Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes!
She does jazz hands to mock him.
Let me know how it goes!
Alright. So let's go do that, because you never know. Also, at various points, it's shown 2 Andres. I have noticed that. I don't know why it's been doing that, since there's only one. Like, well, let's keep an eye on him. Yeah, see how there's like a little, reflection here. Egg, can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
To the Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no. We're going to be in this church forever.
Oh, Kim.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here.
He searches for the cable on the ground, picks it up, looking at the jack.
Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
With a grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line in. You hear a satisfying click.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special scheduled event. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music.
Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Okay, I talked to Egghead. He plugged in the cable. You can now unmute your speakers.
Okay, but Think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum!
Shouts Egghead, a great smile still adorning his face, larger than a red dwarf star.
Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
Well, let's go with what interfacing just told us. I think what Egghead is trying to say here is that the volume button is stuck on maximum.
Of course it is.
She shrugs, consigned to her fate.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Suna looks around the church.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
Okay. I'll say hold on for a moment, because suddenly I'm weirding out.
What?
Maybe we shouldn't do this. It's too dangerous on maximum volume.
No, we should definitely do this. I am going to do this. Ready?
Suna pauses, looking around the church. Everyone stares at her hand on the keyboard. And I say, never mind, let's do this. I'm ready. Whoa!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room.
No wind outside. No waves. No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle like crystal clattering in the cupboard fills the air, joining the chorus.
It's getting louder,
says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
You hear Egghead yell, then something else, but his voice is growing faint.
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
It was in me at first.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
She looks up. A screech fills the air, a scream of wood and nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists.
That's it. I'm muting it.
She reaches for the keyboard. It feels like a really good idea to stop it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Shit! It doesn't doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
The woman is furiously pressing down on the keyboard, but the sound doesn't stop.
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk. And then it stops, totally and utterly as if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everyone is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand, a black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now.
Suna composes herself, wipes the dust off her sweater, and rests her hands on the keyboard.
Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
I want to know what, if anything, Kim perceived, because remember that Kim didn't see anything wrong about light swirling bending man.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was it?
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically...
She shakes her head.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You're gonna write Sulislaw?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
But what happens now?
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway. Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
That felt very much like for anybody that missed the episode, I did die once. It's one of the very few reloads because I guess I pushed it a little bit too far. And I do feel like if I had urged them to keep going, that it could have been another just straight up game over. I've got a 92% chance, and it's a white check, so I could go through it again. But can I get that even higher? Because I do have Pro Logic glasses. So I'm going to step out of this. And we're just going to see if I can put on my Logic glasses. I think I have Logic glasses. Yeah, okay. Clothes. No. 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 And that's encyclopedia. Maybe I don't have Logic glasses, which makes me think that I'm probably wearing all of my Pro Logic stuff. I am +2 on Logic. I could have another smoke, but at 92%, I don't want to use any consumables. My only thought... Oh, wait, no, I can wear this hat, but that would replace my +2 Logic hat, so that's not great. Stop looking at hats. Gloves, that, no, nope. Any... Wait, I have a logical jacket. Okay, that'll help. That'll probably get me up to 97%, I think.
Yes, what is it?
Yep, alright, let's hit it.
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
That was actually boxcars. The perfect score. Perfect roll. Wait, how?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
Suna, it's the origin point of the pail.
What?
The swallow. It's how it starts. It's baby pail.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up and there's fear in her eyes as she considers the possibility. I'm sorry, is this a revelation? Like, as soon as I heard about this and, like, the pail, I assumed that this is what it was. No, look up first. We're 20 meters from the very edge. The pails only affect the transition between the world and that. I'm going to say this first thing. We're 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
The pail is only an effect, a transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing. The final state for reality. Imagine if all this never was.
Then the pail is...
simply a gradient? Because I don't know what simply curdling milk is. Simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the pail is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the pail where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long...
She's silent for a second, then opens her mouth. Until it starts swallowing, it's already started. Starting with sound.
And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them up. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it. Now that's interesting. I thought it was just random happenstance. It had to appear anywhere, somewhere. In this case, it was just inside of a church. All that failed business, all the failure in Martinez? No, I don't think that it's commercial failure that's causing the universe to unravel. I think I've had this thought before. Yeah, no, we did have that thought before. Yeah, I'm gonna say this one. Because we got that little check that said, hey, I think I've had this before.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthropometric scientists.
Oh, wait. Maybe this isn't saying that the commercial failure caused this, but rather it's the tear in the universe caused the failures elsewhere, because if it can delete data and sound and, I mean, who knows what other local effects it might be having. Maybe that's what this means. But let's say that the church formed around this.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
It could be a coincidence, but I'm going to say acting on an instinctual level or religious practice that we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 Pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the Revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
Okay, so let's talk about the business failures.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even, say, software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
So people do fail on their own, but then again, like, they lost all of the data in their computer game that they were programming, so who's to say that there couldn't have been other cases where that happened? I'm gonna say the revolution was defeated here.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
So, is this the sort of thing... Here's the thing. Do I go tell them? No. And I'll tell you why the answer is no. There's nothing they can do about it. First of all, we don't know that this is the cause of any issues. It's an interesting idea, but to tell people that you are doomed due to circumstances beyond your control, there's nothing you can do about it. That's just a big recipe for like big old depression, anxiety. It seems like a really horrible thing. If there was something that they could do, I'd want to share it with them. If it was something that they could flee or something, like I just... You know, if you're going to give somebody a negative medical diagnosis, you need to be straight and direct with them. You need to give them the information. They need to know what's happening so that they can begin to prepare for it. How are they supposed to prepare for this? This has been here for perhaps dozens or hundreds of years for all I know. Whatever effect it's had, it's going to keep right on having. And I don't know. I don't like the idea of telling them. It feels like it can only lead to widespread panic.
I told them. But no. Normal office buildings are bourgeois.
One day all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Perhaps not, which I do like. It agrees with her. It's still insane, but then again, so am I. That doesn't make me very much boring, cop. The club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together. And I don't think it's dangerous, so I'm not going to say that. Let's go with... The club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together.
I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
Back to work, says Kim. So that's... it with her. So that was dramatic. Let's see if our signs coincide with Noid over here.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
He looks around the hall examining the carpentry.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
He spreads his arms, looking around at the speed freaks setting up shop.
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. a cell using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk, and in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
So the kids got spunk. I admire that. Better here than in the tent. It wasn't safe. Okay, so that's what Drama just said. Yeah, I'm genuinely into the hardcore lifestyle. I'm a corrupt cop. I did it for all mankind, for all mankind. No, I like the better here than in the tent.
Okay.
The lieutenant keeps it laconic.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
All right, so Noid, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
How old do you think the church is? Over 300 years?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental. I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. I'm distressed that I didn't put on my regular jacket again. Something more fundamental. You mean the sound anomaly?
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
I feel like I can empathize with them about not being able to face, or is it sympathize, being unable to face the nature of the world perishing. What style is this church?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism. Lawmonger, huh? It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
I am a little bit of an art cop. Sure.
Art of core.
He nods appreciatively. All right, and what is DeLorean architecture like, aside from made out of stainless steel?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
And what would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white, a false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires, put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
So I don't think that he's actually making that much of a dig against marriage. Both my character and I very much agree on this point that marriage is great, marriage is sacred, but I don't think that he was making a point about that. And since we finally got our signs to align, let's just go with this church isn't painted white as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
He peeks out a small window in the dark.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
Wait, what do you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies are perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
Boy, what a bizarre metaphor, and yet, in a weird way, kind of effective. Gross and sad, but effective. Where is the quote from?
A Sarais man who lived a long time ago an ancient hardcore brother.
I'm going to say that religion has stopped being hardcore.
It never was. A 3,000-year-old regime of history, built by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false to the core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
I don't remember the Ecclesiastes being like I know that I talked to them about this. I even agreed with you about the Ecclesiastes being okay with this.
But were you wrong? The founding party is okay with everything. Look around. They don't have enough love for the human crew to oppose anything anymore. We're on our own.
That's still a lie. Reassert yourself.
Oh god, I don't like either of these responses. On the one hand, I can reassert myself to him, but I don't actually disagree with what he just said. But I don't want to be cool, I just happen to agree with him. I'm gonna say that wouldn't be cool.
Mewling wimp. Pathetic.
Eat shit, authority. And you propose dance music will supplant this system.
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
How do you like the glass work? Point to the stained glass window.
I don't. Fucker giving me the evil eye.
So my character does seem to care a lot about Dolores Day. So does Kim, for that matter. I'm gonna say this.
You defend her, law minion. She was a mass murderer. What's up with that?
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love. Mass murder on the floor.
She's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here. That's exactly what I was thinking. But she's pretty. We're not going to say that. Who isn't accused of... No. The resettlement programs are totally okay. No, I don't believe in that. I do feel like there's something terrifying about her. Isn't she supposed to be the embodiment of a world spirit? Is that a thing? Maybe. Let me say that.
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
I'm gonna go that she's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
The conversations with this particular music crew feel very abstract to me. I'm not going to argue in favor of resettlement programs. I do feel like there's something terrifying about her. Would you say she was, you know, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
So I feel like it would be a bonding experience to point out that people aren't a big fan of Harry either, but I'm also concerned that it would cost me another point of morale. I don't know what you're talking about. I have thousands of fans. I'm surrounded by love and support all the time. She was a player. She played us all. It's just a game to her. Okay, since I dislike both of the options more than number one, I am going to say, yeah, they hate this too.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
The young man lets go of the suspenders and they hit his chest with a slap. I feel like I understand what he's saying, that people are putting all of their love and faith and support and like financial support into abstract concepts as opposed to real people. That's not to say that abstract concepts can't be used to, you know, generate good things. A lot of scientific research and invention starts out as abstractions that eventually can work and be made real. I don't know. I feel like this is a very, very deep conversation. So I don't feel like saying any of these other things, so I'm done talking about her. I don't want to think about her anymore.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about it, please.
My best understanding is that Dolores Day strongly reminds Harry of his ex-wife in a very painful way, but that is me putting together what I feel like is the most sensible explanation. I don't want to talk about the glasswork again, so how are you settling in Noid?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crab man though.
You mean Tiago?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all. The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
I don't think that was ever an option. What did Tiago tell you about the church?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
So I feel like we already talked about dead bodies, but I'll ask him about this.
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
And what's it for?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church, surrounding it, to contain it.
Why would my character say contain what exactly? Haven't we all... Like, I do feel like this is a case of, like, the scripting breaking down. We all know what we're talking about, so I guess I'll ask, but my character knows what we're discussing.
I don't know, and it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this Sona person is looking for, and trying to measure.
He nods towards the woman.
It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
What makes you think Suna's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
I found a doomed commercial area in Martinez proper. Maybe it's the same thing the Ubies were trying to contain.
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
Do you think there's any merit to that theory?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. It's not even a thing we can answer, Cop Man. Even I have limits. I'm a limited psi person.
Well, if the rip is without substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Okay, so I'm gonna say I want to talk some more about this place, but I'm hoping that there are more general questions. And hello to Haseo! Oh, Haseo, that is a very nice... That's Raz from Psychonauts, yeah? On that emote? That's very cool. Is that yours?
Dead body, spirit entered.
Okay.
Sure.
Why are you so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our science synced.
Why are you called Noid anyway?
It's short for paranoid.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
He is not suspicious. Oh, and hello to Brian. Brian, hopefully you're continuing to have a good weekend. I do enjoy the fact that he's not suspicious of sound or color. Like the concepts of both sound and color are not suspicious to him. What are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
Does this mean you're mentally ill? That's certainly a question. Haseo is saying .hack grunty. Is that the origin source of the emote? And Mia, thank you very much for doing the shoutouts. Yeah, let's go with the left-right paradigm and the pig-wheat complex. I guess let's factually correct him.
No, politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
Okay. What's suspicious of the production of pork and wheat?
It's only our shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
What's bad about cereal grain? Having enough food could be a precursor for greater things. What's bad about animals? Animals are cute. Yeah, it's our only shit and we fucking suck at it. I guess let's ask what's so bad about cereal grain.
Yes, having food is means to an end. But the left never talks about the end. Only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
I gotta tell you, I really want to stop talking to Noid. It turns out that he has a lot of thoughts. Brian is saying good news on the car. Brian, lay it on us. What's going on with your car? Tell me more about the left-right business, Noid.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
I feel like Noid is getting ready to join the army of the 12 monkeys or something. I am not going to ask him if he's mentally ill. That doesn't seem like a constructive question to ask anyone. It just seems like a very loaded question. Mental illness, it feels mocking, and I don't want to do that in case he is. Brian is getting a 2016 Buick Regal for $11,500 fully loaded. That sounds awesome, and it's been checked out by a mechanic. It's in good running order. That was certainly simulating. I want to ask you about something else.
Eyes flicker.
What is true life like?
Life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself and others. Mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
Oh man, Noid, I have had conversations like this in real life, and I am demonstrating a lot more patience for you than I would in a real thing. God, I just want to stop asking about it. How would you say about... The thing is, sometimes these conversations can unlock special bonuses or new things elsewhere in the world because it sort of like expands your character's perception of stuff. So how would you go about returning to this true life?
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face, his eyes burning. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Fascism.
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
The words echo through this church majestically. Brian says he said he's waiting on a part and he'll get 100% checklist. I don't in any way want to tamp down this exciting news. I feel like it's something to be really enthusiastic about. It's just worth keeping in mind that used car sales, as far as I know, in the United States are traditionally as is, which whoever this person is, I would, if it's coming from a reputable dealership, that's one thing, but if it's in any way a private sale, I would recommend having your own mechanic check it out. Bring it someplace, paying what I assume would be a relatively nominal fee to have it checked over to get a very good sense about it. Because I just want to make sure that that it runs the way that you expect, because it sounds like a great deal. I think that that's very good news. It sounds like a reasonable price for it. I just want to make sure that it is still running properly in 9 months. And I'm sharing a tactic that I've learned in the real world and that I've used. Like it feels like it's time and extra money, but the money that you spend on having it checked out by a professional can be paid back in spades if the professional says, okay, this timing belt's going to need to get replaced in like a month and a half, and that's going to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more dollars. It's just stuff like that can be very valuable to know about. Okay, shouldn't the ones that are more hardcore rule over the ones that are less hardcore, offer them guidance? That sounds horrible. Just making an observation, I guess.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
What does hardcore mean to you?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore. Hardcore!
His friend shouts from behind the mixing table with a smile surpassing your own in wideness, a total moon face, and eyes full of naive wonderment. I'm not going to say anything about pornography. That was a useless observation from Encyclopedia. Go figure. Hold on 1 second. Oh, I just needed to cough. Thank you for clearing that up.
Happy to help.
Let's change the subject.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Okay, internalize the hardcore aesthetic. Don't just nod along, really feel it. I will see if I can do that after I ask what's up with the clothes.
They're hardcore.
So one of my dialogue options here is you look like a woman with those earrings. I'm not going to say that. That's weirdly judgmental. That's it?
They're just clothes.
Okay, then.
It's just a style, you know.
Sure, man, it doesn't bother me at all. So before I do this conceptualization, let me just see if I can do anything to put that on. I feel like I did squeeze one extra point of conceptualization out. Or did I? No, that was perception. All right. Well, let's get my traditional jacket back on. That's not it. There it is. That's usually what I'm wearing. Conceptualization. Yep, I've got a conceptualization shirt. Slide that on. Electrochemistry. Brian says, I will do that, plus I'll get insurance on the motor and transmission. Yeah, I just, I have friends, mostly friends. I was about to say friends and family, but mostly friends who have put their faith in, like, oh, the guy who's selling it said he had it checked over, and he also knows a lot about cars, and then it's gone south. And I just want to make sure that, given the time and effort and money that you're putting into it, that you are satisfied with the purchase and that it lasts you a good long time. So I think that's a good way to look at it. Okay, so I got one extra piece of conceptualization, I think. Yep, +1. And I'm not wearing any, like, negative conceptualization things, I think. Yep, all right.
No, man.
72%.
Aggressive.
Boo.
Monotonous, but also somehow sacred, primitive, yet futuristic, like a machine.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. All right. I spent 1,000,000 years talking to that guy. That was a lot of conversation with Noid about some really, really out there stuff. -1 drama. I'm still at negative, +2 drama, +1 visual calculus. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my stats as they are.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. And yes, I'm being more like Contact Michael, right? Don't even bring it up.
I think just on principle, my character needs to, like, incorporate the knowledge of Contact Mike. Okay, fine.
I really wanted to say, thanks for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the Crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Force is back, saying Valheim was good. The first boss is defeated. That seems fast, Force. Congratulations. Yeah, what I've heard about Valheim is, although it's marked as early access, the actual, like, core gameplay and loop and like first several biomes worth of progression are all fully formed. I listened to an interesting podcast about it. This was months ago now, about how most early access stuff is sort of like complete up to a point, and then you hit an absolute wall on how far you can progress. And Valheim just has hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of stuff that you can do, and that, like, people were not hitting a point where it's like, oh no, this next post-section is unfinished. Now, Acel had said that she would tell us about our associates once we got them into the church, so I'm going to ask her about it.
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favor.
Okay, Egghead.
What do you want to know?
What's the deal with that dude?
What do you mean?
What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff? Where is he from? Tell me about the others. No, what is his story?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
What's a party boy?
Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Brian's saying that the car has a push start button, which is fancy for me. Big thumbs up on that. Speaking of someone who once had to replace the lock cylinder in a previous car because it just wore out, which I discovered, much to my alarm, in the middle of a work day, that I couldn't get my car started because the key physically wouldn't turn. I eventually did get it started, but then made my way directly to a mechanic. So yeah, push start. Thumbs up on that.
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
So, goddamn right, rock music is the coolest. Rock music forever. You don't have to tell me rock is backwards. I am the future man. I abandoned rock in the 30s. Stupid rock. Spit. My character's much more into disco from everything that I've picked up on. Show her you're hip with the times. All right. Rock is backwards.
Okay.
She nods.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
He looks around a little embarrassed of the enthusiasm of his interjection. So Egghead, where's he from? How long has he been with you guys?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachon. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah, it was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two.
There is virtually nothing to recommend the Dungeons and Dragons movie starring one of the Wayans brothers and like Jeremy Irons or whatever, but one part that legitimately made me laugh out loud, and yes, I mean in a derisive way, is at least in the original theatrical cut. I don't know if there's like an extended cut, but the main characters fall into a sewer on top of a dwarf. They just like fall onto some random dwarf, and then as of the next scene, he's just with them. There's no conversation between them. There's no introductions. He's just now part of the party because it's a Dungeons and Dragons movie. And now they're an adventuring group because they literally fell on him and never talked to him at all. It's like, no, that's not how storytelling works. I don't even know what this guy's name is. Anyway, made me think of that when Egghead just sort of like, Eggman, whatever his name is, just sort of showed up at one point.
Who do you want to know about?
Okay, let's talk about Andre. He seems like the leader of the group.
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
And also, Brian, have you continued to play Star Wars Squadrons? Are you still enjoying that? I'm curious. I'm gonna install and play that at some point, at least a single-player campaign. What has Andre organized?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
Well, of the three options, I'm going to go with... I'm not a big fan of the relaxed girl, but we're police officers. Well, then again, I don't want to say in front of Kim that we're corrupt and rotten to the marrow. Let's just go along with it, I guess. High on life?
Yes. Anyway.
Is Andre your boyfriend? Why do I care? Why do I care about that?
Yes.
Cool. Tell me about the others.
Who do you want to know about?
Actually, the only reason that I would care, I just rethought it, is that apparently Andre sold her headphones for a contact mic, which is super shitty. Chivalry says, a good Dungeons & Dragons movie would have a character die and pick up a new character in the next town, played by the same actor and one talks about it. I would actually really like it if that was... And it'd be like a completely different like race and class too. Oh, that would be great. Well done. I'm now enchanted by that idea. Okay, tell me about Noid.
He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
Noid, what is the pilgrimage that you're talking about regarding Noid?
It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
I don't know why wouldn't it be follows from this conversation?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
That seems like a very, it doesn't seem like it flows from the comment that she made. Have I not told you that I'm a raging alcoholic who recently drank himself into oblivion so deep that he can't remember what sounds like the biggest street in the city? I don't really want to volunteer that information. Although I'm trying to remember if I opened up to her already. I don't think that I did. Let's say that I haven't been down Boogie Street.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
It's unlikely I'll make it there. Chest pains, need to continue drinking, but thank you. No, I'm going to say I might just make it there. Do that if I can make it there alive.
Yeah. I hope you do.
What does Noid do?
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
I'm just going to say yes. We're not going to do the sarcastic thing.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that. In a shop somewhere.
Is that because of his beliefs, the hardcore and the ribs and spinal cord and stuff?
Not to sound too dramatic, but I wouldn't make light of his belief system when he's around. Noid's a serious person. He's serious about the lifestyle.
I hope I didn't make fun of him to his face. I don't feel like I did. Tell me about the others.
Who do you want to know about?
Alright, so now we're down to Tiago, who is the crab man.
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters.
Aren't they doing another Dungeons & Dragons movie? Am I misremembering this, or is it a TV? Is it like a serialized series of some kind? Aren't they doing that? Am I misremembering?
I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
What's that?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
And I feel like I know what he does up there. He sort of like meditates out to that rip in the universe.
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do? Yell up at the tower?
Okay.
Who do you want to know about?
So I'm going to save the questions for her for last. Let's talk to her about Suna.
Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
Okay, and now, last but not least, Estelle, how about you?
Me? Again?
Tell me about yourself.
I told you, I'm a silver bird.
I don't remember if at some point I was warned off, like with my own psyche telling me not to talk to her. What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
You know, it's fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, Jesus Christ, that was a lot. And I need to get away from this music. I need to walk away from this music. Let's just see if Crabman has come down. I kind of feel like he's out of the picture permanently, but I'm just... Oh, look at all the stuff I can see now. Every single dot here is worth an experience point, so... Tanks of distilled water. The Nosafed bottles. This looks like a tiny chemistry lab. Okay, let me just check my tasks. So I do want to go see Kuno's dad. I feel like we're going to have to get hopped up on speed again, but we can go do that. Wash off the death smell. Send the victim's body to processing. The 2 signatures. Look for Ruby on the coast. Yeah, when you note, Union cryptozoology business might end when you do. So cryptozoology, I'm already done with that as far as I know. So I guess I'm going to go get the signatures on the paper. I have not been able to find an actual reason not to do it. It is only the fact that I don't trust that guy. So I guess I'm going to go with that. Determine where the shot came from. I haven't been able to do that. Get yourself organized by joining the reading group. I am unenthusiastic about this one, I gotta say. I do want to go get the tape. Spirit is eternal. Yeah, see, there's no sense on exactly how to fix this, but I think what I have to do at this point is put on the tie and then drink the blue spirits. And yeah, okay, so let's go get the tape out of the tree. When I get there, I'm going to have to put on my extra physically intimidating physical instrument shirt. Oh, I need to get to the other side of the load screen. Please. Oh, thank you. That was, so I have some design feedback on the Threshold kids in there. There's a lot of them specifically. I would argue that Noid and Egghead in specific they have more lines of dialogue than any other 3 characters that we have encountered. They are incredibly verbose. And this is now the 2nd time that I've spent a lot of energy interacting with them, and it's just a lot, is all I'm going to say. That specific part, it's a lot.
A few locusts trudge along the wall. Poor thing.
Yeah, I don't expect to find anything. So, the reason I'm coming back out around here is when we went up and sort of did a visual calculus on this murder scene again, it felt like it was pointing to B double prime as being out here.
The trap is filled with dead and poor thing.
Yeah. Also, is it possible that I need to be doing this in my perception pants? Perception boots, rather. Where the hell are the perception boots? I'm sure that I'm wearing them. I'm actually wearing them. Good. Jeans and waiter boots. It's the look of champions. Mia's saying, hey, Auspicious Angel, was it a lot? It super was a lot. The first episode, when I felt like I spent like 90% of that episode just in that tent talking to the 3 of them, that was the one episode of Disco Elysium that I came out and being like, you guys, I don't know what I'm doing. And here we advanced their story and got I think 2 full experience points out of it. We damn near knocked that church down with subphonic bass noises that were outside the range of human perception, but were sufficient to rattle that church to its foundation. That stuff was all pretty cool. So I am going to talk to her. I'm going to F5 it. I think I need to have high suggestion or rhetoric for this. So let me just see if I can put on empathy shoes. And I think that I've also got empathy glasses I can put on. And then do I have a suggestion outfit or something? Yeah, I actually have no benefits or losses on suggestion at all. Drama and authority, esprit de corps and shivers, perception boots, no. Composure and savoir-faire, no. +1 suggestion. Yeah, if I'm gonna have like that's gonna be better, I think, than whatever else. All right.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh, is that suggestion? Okay, I've changed my mind. I would like you to sign the documents. I don't feel good about this. You finally got the Disco into Elysium. Oh, you finally get into Disco Elysium and the talking is too much. It was specifically those kids, though. Like, Egghead yelling, yeah! Hardcore to the max! Like, oh, God, with that guy. Brian says, I have to go, but have a good stream. Brian, back at you. I hope you have a great Saturday, and good luck with all the car stuff. I am rooting for you. I hope it turns out well.
Everard and his plan for the village. I guess it does sound nice enough.
Now, I assume this is actually my monkey pen. That didn't occur to me before, but I have a monkey pen. And I assume that that's what she's signing. It doesn't make a big deal out of that, but yeah, I didn't pawn the pen. Here you go.
He has a pen and everything.
She takes it from you, a doubtful look in her eyes, clicks it, and places the tip on the paper.
Here you go.
Okay, why did you sign it? I'm just curious.
I shouldn't have.
I mean, it's Everard, so, but she doesn't know who Everard is, does she? It's a youth center, why wouldn't you?
That's what I asked you. It's a youth center, and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. It's a bad idea. She won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Sound logic. Division of labor. She leaves the skepticism to the skeptic. Sounds like Isabel is the leader around here.
All right. Shiv is over here yelling, the game is called Disco Elysium, not dead guy hanging from a tree. Keep your focus. Oh, wait, there's Isabel. All right. Look at all the quick saves. Like, I'm not even kidding with this.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got Lillian's signature. Will you sign the papers now?
Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign.
So it was a test.
Lillian's not the only one who's too trusting.
She wanted to see if you would do it, and if she would do it.
What do you have against the Union?
I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises they never plan to keep.
The thing is, I don't disagree with her. She pulls a dark red rag out of the bucket and puts it back.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes, and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So, no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
In her mind, the Union is right-wing because Everard is fat. It's that simple, and there's no change in it. She speaks with the authority of a leader. Hers is the final word around here.
Okay, so it's a suggestion roll. Let me step out, and I'm going to see if I can suggestion her into doing what I want, which I'm already wearing a +1 suggestion coat. So do I have any other suggestion pieces that I can put on? No. I got a lot of negative suggestion things. I can definitely do that. Interfacing, no. The more times I've been through this inventory doing this exact thing, the more aware I am of the percentage of the game that involves doing this exact thing. But, as I'd like to point out from time to time, one of the goals of this channel is a show-off games for how they are. So, I have... Sorry, I'm thinking in my head about what I want to do. So, I have as much suggestion as I can get, unless I take some speed. If I take some speed, I'll get an extra point of psyche, and that would give me an extra boost to suggestion, which maxes out our chance. But there's a second reason that I would want to take speed. I gotta go talk to Kuno's dad, and I don't know how long that's gonna take. And since the boost is fleeting, we're gonna go find Kuno's dad and then come back. We're gonna go take some speed to beat him up, or whatever that physical altercation is gonna be like, and then come back. Mia's saying that was a pretty good read of Shiv's line. I'm gonna just check these a couple more times. I really don't expect to find a phasmid.
It's full of poor thing.
But you never know. I'd kind of given up on ever hearing back about those boots, but then we did. Also, cleaning out the rooms. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately, looking for something, tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark, the fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun, a thought that arises only to disappear again, and yet there's a pattern emerging. I don't think I can pass that one up. I really want to know what that one's about. But I've only got 4 points, and it feels like so many until you need one, and then you're fucked. Oh, I want to read that one. I cannot imagine playing this game with a guide. Can you... It's no shade against anybody that did, but I feel like it would be so disruptive to the experience to be following along a step-by-step guide on what you should do to make it some sort of an efficient playthrough. So, let me think for a second. So, I want to go to Kuno's dad, who is actually, like, up here-ish. We think. I know what building he lives in, but we have not actually been to his father's place, so step one is to get there. Oh, you know who's gonna know? The woman who sweeps the first floor. Another fun thing, and this is just, this tends to come up as we go through these long playthroughs. I have no idea what percentage of the game I'm through here. I don't know if we've got 2 streams left. I don't know if we're at the 25% mark. I know that there's areas of the map that I haven't seen because there's areas of the map that I need to check to see if the shot could have come from those places, which, by the way, I really don't think that they did. And it's not a question. I'm not looking for clarity in chat. Nobody, tell me. It's just, I'm very much at that point in the game where I'm like, I've done a lot and still have no idea how much left there might be.
Give me a moment.
I'm looking for the parents of a kid named Kuno.
The waiters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom.
Okay. Now, before I go into whatever it is, I have a feeling this is going to be a physical encounter. So, I also feel like logic is probably not going to be super helpful if he's hopped up on amphetamines. So, I'm going to put on this big coat because it gives me +1 empathy and hand-to-eye coordination. I don't think I want to... I feel like my blue stuff is not going to be super helpful for this. +1 rhetoric and -1 empathy. Reaction speed and -1 rhetoric. That one might be a good call in this circumstance. Suggestion and half-light. Nah. I don't feel like the pants are going to be good. Although, electrochemistry, is it possible? No, I don't want to lose a point in savoir-faire, is the issue there. So, Oh, I could put on this silk robe. Go in there all dramatic? I feel like I want to have the hand-eye coordination, though. So, do I want to have the drama boost, or should I go with Inland Empire and Volition? Volition is not going to be at its highest because of the low morale that I have, and I might want to boost that up before I go in there. I'm not sure yet. Pain Threshold. Now, that might be a thing that I need to get up. Yeah, I'm going to go Pain Threshold. And then... Oh, wait, this also is Pain Threshold and Half-Light, and it's only -1 drama. And what would I be giving up? Empathy and hand-eye coordination? Yeah, no, I'm going to do that instead. We're going to go in there basically looking like a character that didn't make it into SSX. And now, for the shirt, +1 drama doesn't seem like a great idea. I'm going to lose 2 points of authority with this, but that physical instrument, that might just... That could be very important. And I have a lot of authority. I've really dumped a lot of points into that one. And then as far as the glasses go, I'm going to go with Savoir-Faire, I think, because that's very physical-based. Oh, and these pants are +1 reaction speed? Yeah. Oh my god. Are those knee socks? What the hell are those? And then in terms of like the shoes, these are empathy shoes? Would I rather have perception shoes? I think I would. Sarzand is saying something that I think is probably highly ironic. Kuno's dad is the final boss, actually. Roll credits after Kuno's dad. So at the end of this hallway, she said, but... Oh, what's this? Okay. I must have used my perception to find that book. What does the book say? The cover features a row of concrete buildings with a monochrome rainbow. Yeah, you can see it there. It's not really monochrome, but in the sky. It tells a rather excruciating story about two lovers during a period of ethnic unrest in Yugograd. The book has been filed under psychological realism. Well, I've got something to read if I need to pass the time, and that's always a possibility. Okay, right next to the communal bathroom, she said, which is going to be right here. So I'm going to throw down a real save here, because I have always reserved the right to reload really critical mistakes. I've never done it, but I just like the option. Now, the only question is, do I want to take any morale boosts, health boosts, or speed before I go in there? And I think I do. You fight fire with fire. That's a famous thing that firefighters do. They go into those buildings with kerosene. Very few people know that. And you fight amphetamines with amphetamines. So we are going to pop some speed. And watch, this is going to be like a math challenge. This is what's going to happen on the other side of this door. Where's tools? Yeah, I'm going to have to pop and let's just do it now. What am I ditzing around for? We'll do that. All right, and now... I take so much drugs. Okay. And now let's put it over there. And one final look before I go. I have boosted these up above their normal thing. Their normal, like, rate. Should I drop points into these things while I have the opportunity? Both Psyche and Motoristics are up higher. But, yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that. Authority is the only thing that's technically at max that I could get above its normal max. And I don't want to do that right now. So... Let's do it.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita.
Let's say to Kim, looks like we found where his dad lives.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
So, do I want to knock lightly or do I want to cut the chain? I feel like I want to cut the chain, because what if he's asleep? What if I can just walk in there and, like, I don't know, smother him with a pillow or something? Leave. We're gonna take the chain cutters.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Secured to the door, snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door.
Oh shit, that would have made sound inside the apartment. I misunderstood how this was chained.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Kim, you have your gun with, like, the one shot in it, right? I'm gonna walk. Is that him? Let's look at things first. Oh, he's asleep. Kuna de Reuter, the name is on unfinished... oh! It's spelled differently. Okay, well, wait. Then I don't want to be dressed anything like this, because I need to have my other things up. Conceptualization. Logic. Where's my jeans? And maybe that? And I don't think I need an encyclopedia right now. Okay, let's look around. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. So I assume this is Kuno's room here. He just sleeps on the couch, the L section.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
What? Lieutenant, check it out.
Good. Confiscate it.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room. He pockets the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
It is. Okay, let's walk very carefully. I'm gonna go check out this book. Sure, why wouldn't we rob from this slum? It's from 2 years ago. What is? The money?
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
What do you mean?
Nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Break every lock.
I'm just browsing. I'm here on a job for a 12-year-old that's hooked on amphetamines, but nonetheless.
Yes, that's what it is. A quick peek here, a short glance there. It's all quite delectable.
By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets, maybe more juicy containers. Let's be honest, you like all the containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manhole, coat pockets, secret containers left behind by the Philippine kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you hadn't come across one of those yet, but one day. Wait, is that why you're so hellbent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter and the Orb de Montaña? It keeps giving me things that I really want. I really want both of these. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna go in here. The air stinks with something sour. Oh, composure genes. So... I do feel like I want to try to deal with Kuno's dad. That was the whole point, right? So, I'm going to put on this... Well, then again, my authority's pretty high. Okay, let me think this through. I'm going to put that on. I don't remember what I picked out before. That. Oh, no, it was that. And then the pain threshold one. Why can I find literally nothing here? There we go. And then... Oh, Kim is standing on top of my character. That's why it looks so weird. And... No, I'm definitely not taking off my armor gloves. Put on those. And didn't I have a separate pair of pants? The super ugly pants, yeah. Let's put those on. And then that's it-ish. Okay. I have a bad feeling about this, that's why I'm F5ing it, but, I mean, this is what we came in for.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest.
Hold up. Wait, I don't want to say that. Slowly reach out your hand.
Something underneath there is breathing. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Inland Empire, I hear you. Keep extending your hand towards the pile.
Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep, in suffering somehow.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Oh God, I can taunt him in his sleep. It's clearly alive. Why does none of this handcuff him? Kneel down on his face with a pillow. Here's the thing. He's been abusing his kid. His kid is hooked on amphetamines because of him. I mean, I don't know what options there are for children and family services in this world, but this man should not be allowed to continue abusing his kid. Is this Kuno's father we're seeing?
Well, judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes.
The fact that he's old doesn't make him less dangerous, though. I mean, if he's... I guess I was expecting something worse.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to.
The lieutenant tilts his head.
This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
Why are we... Sorry, this is making a lot of assumptions. He's simply asleep.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
What happened to his eyes?
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Okay, I am 100% sure he's not dead. He's snoring. Why is my character sometimes so stupid? He's gonna sleep it off. I know this shit. Suddenly the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth, along with a strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Let's try to figure out what he's trying to say.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs. Are you going to let a semi-conscious degenerate disrespect you?
I really geared up here for a fight. I'm not sure if I should have one. What did you just say?
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
I took your amphetamine, old man.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body.
So, I guess I'll ask him if this thing is even alive. He super plainly is, and he just said something.
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
So I guess I'll ask if we should help him somehow. I'm not inclined to do so.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Nod.
We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops, listening to him.
Years, months, weeks. The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
Okay, well, that was a lot of gearing up for no... When I say no payoff, it's not a complaint. I did get all sort of, like, worked up. I like these black jeans better than the blue jeans that, you know, take away a negative, what's it called? Let me put on those. Glasses stay on. Put on my jacket. We're gonna put on probably my mesh tank top. I've always been very dramatic. And then, where's that? Oh, and that's a good place to start, but I would actually want my... Yeah, because I don't give a shit about Inland Empire, and Volition speaks up so rarely. Maybe it's because my Volition is not actually very high. Alright, we're out. Later, old man. I'm gonna see if I can close the door behind me, but... Yeah, I really thought... Here's what I thought was gonna happen. I didn't think it was gonna be combat or anything like that. What I did think was that it was going to be... like a text-based thing where there would be rolls on things like physical instrument and pain threshold and other stuff, kind of like Measurehead. When I took a couple swings at Measurehead and they did not work out for me, I thought it might be something like that. And no, he's a sad, sick old man who is not nearly as intimidating as Kuno made it sound, but also, isn't it? I really can't do anything with this? Usually, in other times, when there's been something that you can clearly kind of interact with, you put the right tool into your hand and then you can touch it, but no. I've also tried the crowbar. Let me just be sure. We'll put in the pry bar. Yep. Alright, let's go to Kuno. Oh, wait. How much time do I have? 44 minutes? Let's go back and talk to the woman. Because I don't think I need to be high on speed to negotiate with a 12-year-old. Even if the 12-year-old is high on speed. And God only knows how long Kuno is going to go for. Let me just make sure I can't fast travel. Yeah, the rules for fast travel. I need somebody to talk me through. It's one of those things where I keep wanting to like look up, but I also want to be very careful not to accidentally get spoiled. Maybe maybe we'll have the other half here do a search for like Disco Elysium plus why can't I only fast travel some of the time? What's this? Oh, no, I already looked at the crashed car. Okay, now for her, I believe it was suggestion, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I've got a pro suggestion thing here. And was there something even better? No, not really. Okay. Any other suggestion things? Suggestion-related clothing? I know I just went through it. I kind of don't feel like there was. I wonder if the clothing system originally had a different, like, design to it. If there was some other... Wait, is there a set of suggestion classes? You know what I should do? You know what I should do? Between streams, I should make my own list of exactly what each thing that I have does, and that way I could just, like, physically look at the list. Thank you, Mia. Mia added a new quote. Okay, let's do it.
Tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Suggestion.
What can I help?
Logic and reason won't work on this old bat. Better go for shameless emotional manipulation. What's the grandmother's deepest vulnerability?
What's going to happen to Lillian's kids, the twins and little Lily?
What do you mean? What's going to happen? We are gonna grow up, of course. I raised my own kids in this village, and they are doing fine for themselves.
I feel like they didn't end up like the moribund drunks is too accusatory, it's too aggressive. Are they here now? Or, hold on. What's a grandmother's deepest vulnerability? I'm gonna go with are they here now?
No. They moved to Faubourg for work.
And what do you think Lillian's kids are gonna do when they grow up?
Well, I imagine they'll grow up and leave too.
You've got her. Now just reel her in.
Also, Chivalry suggests I should double-check the facts of that quote with Moo. Oh, about the amphetamines and arguing with kids? Yeah, we'll double-check with her the next time that we see her. And then what?
Then?
The old woman exhales. She stares at the ground, unable to finish the thought.
Wait. Let her come to it herself.
Okay, say nothing.
I don't believe the Fat Man's Youth Center is going to change anything. But what other choice do we have? It's not like the coalition government is coming to save us. I won't be around much longer anyway. Not with the dampness in my bones. If they want to take a chance, who am I to stop them?
Nod?
Did you say something?
I said you can start by signing these papers. I've got a pen right here. But I'm just, and again, this is very much a rhetorical question, but I am curious, what if I didn't have the pen on me? Would there be like a whole other side quest to get a different pen?
Reluctantly, she takes the pen from your hand, scribbles her name on the line, and hands everything back to you.
See that you didn't just get us all screwed. I might be half blind, but I have a good memory for treachery.
Let's go, Melit.
He's not dissatisfied with you, but with himself.
Wait, what is this? To muscle you out with construction noise? Is that the plan? I know that he said that it was going to be noisy. Why would I tell her this after the fact? God damn it. Why? Okay. Let's pause here for a second. I had originally not wanted to do this because I don't trust Everard and I don't trust his motivations. I came back around to it because when we were in the belly of the failed electronics building, it was like, hey, this is the point of no return. If there's anything that you want to do with the union, you should take care of it right now. But let's stop and think, why am I doing this? I don't feel like I need anything from him. The only thing that I needed from Everard was to get the body down, and the body's down. I don't need him to tell me my name. I don't need him to tell me where my gun is, at least not that I'm aware of. Not until I talk with Ruby. So, like, maybe I should just not mail it. Let me ask her about this.
Huh? I like to see him try. If anything, I am gonna muscle him out with construction noise.
I like her.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
It makes enough, though.
She doesn't seem surprised by this sudden twist.
Get out of here, trying to ruin my day. And that youth center better be a good one, or you'll have trouble from me.
Trouble how?
I wield an army of drunks. Do not underestimate the effect of such a force, if it's pointed to the right direction.
Okay, as long as I have 37 minutes of speed boost left, let me check the map. Oh, yes, I want to go to the Hawthorn Tree, which is another boost that I get. Let's go do that right now. So that is... Yeah, that's right across the way. And before I go, I know that time doesn't seem to pass very quickly when I'm doing this. Measurehead, I don't feel like I need to punch him anymore. Drainage pipe, that's already open. Map wall, that's done, done. No, I'm not going to do that. Padlock door, I don't remember if I already done that, but whatever. Church doors. What was padlock door? I don't remember this. I don't want to talk to the communists. And then Andre is composure. Why is this white checked now? And also, who cares? Why don't I just go talk to him about it? It was like 3% before, but yeah, I don't know. Let's go talk to Andre. I don't know why it's suddenly white checked, but I can put on my brand new composure pants. Maybe I can get it up from 3% to 7%. That'd feel pretty good. This is me again. Like, I have only the loosest map in my mind about where anything is. Okay, here's the church. Am I wearing my composure pants? I am. So my composure is +1. I wonder when Moo's kids come back. Oh, don't run, don't run.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Really, what is the point of even trying this? I'm just gonna try to do it.
You close your eyes and dream of the...
Got it.
But just imagine.
Salvation.
Okay.
Goodbye, officer.
Fine. All right. I don't know if it's still necessary to not run in here. I don't know that it was ever necessary to not run in here. I want to go get the tape out of the trees, and the reason, like, my theory, my thought is that is the special music that is going to like kick up Egghead's jam or whatever, and then we will. Actually, I don't have any closing to that sentence. That'll just be like it'll cross one more quest off the list. I am actually I know that I was sharing some feedback on the whole like the dance crew kids, but the scene in the church where like the church started coming down with this like completely inaudible thrumming, like that was legitimately awesome. Like that scene was cool, and it made me very glad that I was able to get the filament tape out. And things I don't know right now, but which I strongly suspect, if I had turned the crank on the stupid thing, the ice cream maker, I really feel like that would have damaged the filament tape inside. I also, based on how it went down, suspect that if I had tried to look at the cube myself, that it would have like damaged in some way or like rendered it less usable. Where even am I going? I wanted to... Where the hell was I on my way to? I wanted to... Oh, go to the tape. Sorry, I went in the wrong direction. And if any of those things are true, then it's because the game is adhering to what feels to me like real-world logic of, like, thinking it through. And if they don't, I would like to know the mechanics of an ice cream churn that has an extremely delicate, like, piece of computer equipment inside that you churn it around like ice cream and it doesn't get damaged.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows by, making the magnetic tape flutter.
Okay. It's 92%, and you might think, why doesn't he just do it? Clearly, that's high enough, except I've lost 92% rolls. So we're going to give it... Oh, that's not interfacing. I actually may not have anything else that's pro-interfacing, but I know I'm not wearing anything that's negative interfacing, so let me just see. I can skip the gloves because I've already gotten +2 interfacing gloves. No. There's nothing else in here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. 92%.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue with slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
The lieutenant looks at the mess in your hands. Only after you've successfully cleaned up the branches does the curiosity get him. No, I'm not too embarrassed to say it all. Kim, we've been riding together for 5 days, buddy. You gotta know what I'm about. It's for Egghead. I promise to make his Van Eyck's jam a little bit harder. Maybe this tape can help, which is exactly what I was thinking.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
He's a master of ceremonies. I'd think at least one of the ravers would know how to fix a broken tape if they want to set up a nightclub. Well, I'm gonna go talk with Buddy in the pawn shop first. But yeah, I would think that one of the ravers would also know.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
He looks at his wristwatch a little impatiently.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
And I'm just going to pat the tree nicely. Good, Hawthorne.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy. The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles.
Okay, so let's go see if we can get this tape re-spooled. I would be surprised if this even costs any money. This guy's pretty cool.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Can you help me fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
Great. Could you do it, please? This is important. I need to be able to play this tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
But you think it with film tapes all the time isn't the same. Worthless is not worthless. This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene. Yeah.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, you know that old church down the coast?
Yes. What about it?
Well, I helped some young ravers turn this place into a nightclub, and they play these weird beats there that they call enotic music.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it, no bass. It just goes bzz, bzz, bzz. But this tape could make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this.
He looks at the bundle of tape in front of him. It shimmers under the shop's dazzling light show.
Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
I am certainly not going to complain about it. Thank you for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Got it. I have other... Do I have anything else to sell? I don't think that I do.
Sure. Let me have a look.
He won't buy clothes, and he won't buy armor, and he doesn't want to buy a photo of a corpse. So let me just see if
Anything
there's...
else you're thinking of selling?
Nope. Nope. Okay. Close.
Another time, perhaps.
Okay, now before we go, I want to listen to the tape, so I'm going to equip my radio player. And then we're going to interact with... Nope. This. Oh, I can't interact with it. The bronze-colored tape found in the branches of a hawthorn tree has been reconstructed into a usable reel of magnetic tape. It's pretty fragile and an odd format that doesn't fit into any portable tape players. Okay, nevertheless, Egghead will be stoked. Let's take that out then. Okay, back to Egghead. I think it was a while back, but me and I were talking about like frequent game mechanics, and this is an example, one of like or at least the most clear example I feel like that I can think of as of a fetch quest, being a character wants you to go get something for them and then bring it back to their location. Fetch quests are not frequently very well received by gamers because they feel like it's a lot of like padding out of gameplay by just like traversing the world. But this again is like one quest in a game that is primarily driven by character choices and personality based RPGing, so I am going to give the game a pass on having a fetch quest. I would like to be in and out of the presence of Egghead as quickly as possible, rather. Mia says it's a honey-do-list effect, yes. I suppose, but with a very specific structure. Like a honey-do list is sort of like, here's a list of things that need to be done. This is very much a list of things that we need you to go somewhere to get and then come back. And then go out again to get something else and come back. And sometimes they can be stacked together, and sometimes they are deliberately designed for the highest degree of irritation, as they were in Super Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Okay, here's your tape.
A better deal! Car.
Okay, I am going to ask him about the crazy sound that we heard before. I didn't know that he would have a reaction to that.
Yeah! It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
His voice booms through the chamber, then gets silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
He brushes his hand through his hair. This man does not have hair. I thought that was like one of his absolutely defining features. What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme!
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power, making it pulse.
Is there anything we can do about it?
Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make.
Sounds like the future could be even more hardcore than I imagined.
Yeah!
Anyway, I found this reel of tape. Mia's saying, I think that was the thing about Graveyard Keeper that frustrated me then. Well, Graveyard Keeper, like, It was, yes, there was a lot of that in Graveyard Keeper, with the significant difference that it wasn't usually go get something, like go pick something up and bring it back. There was a whole crafting sequence that was involved there that was the primary gameplay loop. Very uninspired MMO quest designs, like go kill 8 boars and get 5 pieces of boar meat and bring them back. And that's how a lot of like MMOs were designed, where it's like, this is the most menial grunt work I can imagine, but I guess if I'm going to be the greatest hero of all time on this server, we all start somewhere. With Graveyard Keeper, it was like, it felt like it was giving some sort of context or justification for advancing your way further up the crafting system, like going outside. I very much agreed with your assessment, Mia, that if you've played and completed the game and don't intend to do a full playthrough, some of the DLC packs for Graveyard Keeper felt really extra, like weird, like going back to like do those sections. And yeah, like it was certainly there was a grind to it. I'm not sure that I'm trying to think if I would call it a series of fetch quests, but the whole thing, like where you were working at the so one of the expansions for Graveyard Keeper added in the ability to like run a refugee camp, but as with most things in Graveyard Keeper, you weren't running it so much as being given a shopping list of additional components that they needed to expand it to the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level, and then the next level. And it's like, yeah, that didn't feel like it was advancing a story so much as drawing out this very, very long crafting spool. Anyway, I think like on the whole we're agreed upon it. Okay, tape, music.
Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
He clicks his switch. And the tape starts singing. Every once in a while, I just think about the guy in the recording booth recording those lines.
A hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready! And no, I'm not going to continue doing that. Holy shit! Okay, I do agree that this is better, but can we just notch it down to maybe... can we get it down to 11?
Wow! Is that? The signs match perfectly! Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Well, according to him, it just came together. I don't think that he did remix it, so something else must be going on here.
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody, like a folk song, and you just found the original piece that inspired him to create this jam? That would explain why it fits so well.
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lives in Martinez and just threw away part of his song because he thought it wasn't good enough.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
He nods to his friend from behind the turntables.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key.
Okay.
No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well.
Okay, you guys need to work yourselves out interfacing logic.
Something mysterious is going on here.
Okay, Andre's got it. Sounds like a local folk song remix. It really doesn't, though. Esel's right. Van Eyck must live around here. It's definitely his creation. I agree with Noid. It's just luck and eggs. Incredible mixing skills. Well, my character is very logical, right? So it's got to be the same song. Something was cut from it. So... a cell's right. I don't know. Let's go with Andre's God. It sounds like a local folk song.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that? Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
I think you might know the answer.
Okay, what if we use that crazy sound assault from Suna's experiment, but tamed it and make it pulse? Or, I think it's good the way that it is. Adding that melody has already been a massive improvement. It's pretty hardcore now. No, I'm very much proceed with the task.
But how?
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing?
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore.
Oh no. Wait, I still got 4 minutes left on this. Interfacing. There's no way to get it higher unless I spend points on it, which is why I'm carrying the points. Let me leave the conversation briefly. That's not what I meant to do. Let me think for a second. Yeah, because I can't check my inventory from here. Bye, Egghead. I've only got 4 more minutes of this, and then I'm going to lose a point of this. Let me just make sure that my interfacing is... yeah. All right, let me give it a shot.
A better deal. Yeah.
Side
beat. That was a 17% victory.
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
All right, Egghead, let me roll it out for you, buddy.
Sidechaining it, you said.
He turns down the music, his hands moving deftly across the mixer, setting up the necessary controls.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Just wait and see.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Thumbs up.
On the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
And hello to Tashir, who says, I'm impressed. They're actually explaining sidechain compression correctly. That's good, because I don't know anything that they said. So I'm glad that you are here to, pick up on the fact that, yeah, this seems like a very, very carefully crafted game. It's nice that they got that technical detail correct.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together, it's unnatural.
We've tamed the sound and made it... No, that's too lame. This one's for the anodic generation. I'm not going to yell it.
Introducing the ultimate sound!
Oh, now I guess I do talk about taming the sound.
God damn it. This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
This is it. This is a new era. The fabric of the world has been irrevocably altered.
Cool. That's a good way to spend your Friday. And that's it. Okay, and that's it, right? Like, we've done everything there is to do in here? Pretty sure. Oh, I can try to composure with Andre. Again, I guess?
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
We're all the way up to... Yeah, so I lost my speed boost. Fuck it. I did a 17% victory once before.
You close your eyes and dream of the
Okay, got it. Still can't dance.
Just imagine the mood.
Goodbye, officer.
I can't dance. I've gotta walk. I spent way more time in that church than I would have thought. Oh God, stop the music. Thank you. Okay. really had enough of that church. So, what's next? So there's several things that happen next. We're not at a loss for things to do. What we've been doing this whole day is cutting off. We've been spooling time, because what we have to do is Kim has to go to bed, and then we have to go get the boots off the body. Then we're going to, the next morning, send Kim off to bring the body to the morgue, which is going to take him out of commission for the whole day. And then we're going to go down into Feld Electronics after we've done all that. The only exception to that plan... Well, let me look at the map. The only exception to that plan is if... if we can go down into Feld Electronics in the morning, because I don't think I can do that without Kim, and I don't want to do it without Kim. Here's my concern about sending Kim away at the beginning of the day, that it's basically the whole day. Like, what do I just, like, read a book the whole day? That's an option. I don't want to, like, burn a whole day doing that. Let's take a look at our things here. So I do have the 2 signatures. I can put them into the, fuck it, I'm gonna mail that. I don't know. Oh, I didn't report back to Kuno. Let's go do that. When I go into Feld Electronics, I assume whatever happens is some kind of sea change in the world. I very much want to have Kim with me for that. I don't want to lose the opportunity to send the body back to forensics. So that might be an example of some place that if I'm deeply unhappy with how it works out timing-wise, that I reload. Because that's sort of like a question about the structure of the game. But the more that I'm talking through it, I don't think that's going to happen. Because the description specifically says you will... anything happening with the Phasmids and anything happening with the Union goes off limits at that point. It doesn't say anything about the main investigation. Also, where's the mailbox? Hold on a second. Hopefully I didn't pass it. Tasks. The mailbox in the plaza. In the plaza in front of the whirling. Alright. Well, let me go talk with Kuno first.
Does Kuno care?
I took care of the drug situation.
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way.
By kilo you mean a gram. Fair's fair. I'm keeping it, and I'm doing it all myself. Don't give it to Kuno. I'm not ready to make this decision. If Kuno... Oh god, now I'm suddenly... It didn't occur to me that there'd be a point at which I didn't do this. If Kuno were an adult, a deal's a deal. Fair's fair. We had a handshake agreement. He gets his speed, and I get my half, and that's it. Kuno's 12. He's also hooked on amphetamines, and not letting him have this could kill him. And if I let him have it, it could just kill him one day later. Aren't you gonna ask how I got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
He nods approvingly at the lieutenant.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
And by kilo, you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram.
I don't even know why I'm hesitating about this. I can't give a 12-year-old amphetamine. It feels like stealing. That's what, it's so weird. It's so weird that it bothers me that it feels like stealing, but it's hard drugs to a drug-addled 12-year-old kid. I can't do that. No. You don't need more drugs, you're 12.
All right. Kuno knew you'd try that sneaky pig shit on him.
Also, what has Kuno ever done for me at all?
Tell him, Kuno. Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is major.
Major fucking choice, pig.
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The pieces are moving, pig. This is fucking domino shit.
It's hard to see how not giving a boy a bag of amphetamine would cause some catastrophic cascade response. Hard to see, but easy to feel. Somehow, this will change things. It's not hard to see at all. You hand out drugs to kids. The lieutenant's faith in your judgment will diminish significantly.
What, if any, is the downside of not giving the kids to Kuno? The downside of not... Okay.
None that you can see. No, you can see it. This young man has junior officer material in him. In another life, where he trusts you.
What the hell does that mean? If I give him drugs now, he'll be a better cop later?
Tick, 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 tick. Decision time. What's it gonna be? You gonna fuck the Kuno?
I'm not gonna give him the drugs.
All right. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on, the pig throws it all away.
I told you he can't be trusted. I told you he'd steal the shit.
Relax, see? We got plenty of Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
There is genuine disappointment below the act, sire. In truth, Kuno doesn't really believe there's anything you can do to make up for this. The damage is irreparable.
I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you've got going on in that apartment. I met your dad. Textbook with your name on it. Unpaid utility bills. Okay, well, let's start generally. I looked around. It's not the easy life you got going on in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans.
I met your dad.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig?
I'm not telling him that Kim dressed up like a hooker. Your dad is a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes.
What?
His eyes become large and round.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Kuno window?
What? What are we even talking about? Also, Mia, thank you very much for the clip. Kuno knew you'd have a way in? What are we talking about? Kuno window. The thing is, okay, so the thing is, now he's nothing. He's sure as shit probably something to a 12-year-old kid. Like, even if he didn't seem threatening to me, he could still ball up his fists and hit this kid. Kuno, what the hell's Kuno window? Oh, not like a physical window, like a window of time that I could get in and out without getting killed by his dad. So here's the thing, Kuno does not react to logic or facts. He's very, very difficult to destroy. So, then again, what the fuck do I care about what this kid thinks? He's nothing.
Yeah, Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
The whisper comes smaller than usual.
There's a touch of grief in there.
Fuck are you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to.
Get your fucking nun-ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think cause you took Kuno's speed, Kuno's gonna sub like a turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
The relief is palpable. The little hat jumps up and down behind the fence. All right, there was a textbook with your real name on it in the apartment.
Yeah, so fucking what?
It says Kuno, whatever.
Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
Well, I like it.
He's trying to fuck you again.
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change his name into anything. I'm gonna change my name into...
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
All right, lots of unpaid utility bills in there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
You can guess.
Blah 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 hates the word Kuno. Yeah, it kind of loses all meaning the first time that you hear it. Let me guess. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
That's no place to live in. You'll have to find somewhere else.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroy shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
The little one seems overjoyed at the prospect. I did right not to give you drugs. Let's conclude this.
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Fucking social worker shit. It doesn't work, pig.
It doesn't work, Kuno. Only our shit works.
She must repeat it. Use every chance to confirm that version of reality.
All right, that's it. Now, these pants are not bad, and I can afford them. And interestingly, the price has not gone up. You would think that he would have, like, he'd be charging a lot more for them now that I've fucked him on his whole drug deal. But no, they're still there. I kind of think I want to buy those pants. They're expensive, but that could be really useful. The physical instrument and the savoir-faire, because those are not things that I'm good at. I'm going to buy the pants.
Here, pig. We're fun now. Performance buddies.
Kuno unzips his jacket again and pulls the pants out of the plastic wrapping.
Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Okay. I've got 5 points. I'm going to take a thought cabinet. I'm going to take a thought cabinet. I want to know this one. Cleaning out the rooms. I want to know what that is. 5 hours and 35 minutes. There's no penalty to it, but that's not why I want it. It is too intriguing to let go. So we're going to unlock a new cabinet. And then I'm going to internalize that, and that's going to be 5 hours and 35 minutes. Now, the other one that I really wanted, the Jamrock Shuffle seems pretty cool, as is Wasteland of Reality. It's going to be -2 physical instrument for a while. It's like a full day, too. I'm going to keep that one in my back pocket. If we wind up burning a whole day while we wait for Kim to take the body to the morgue, then I will, we'll deal with that. So, in this game, you fuck a 12-year-old on a drug deal. What's the message of this game? Don't engage with 12-year-olds on your drug deals. I feel like that moral is pretty clear. If you're going to do drug deals, or rather, if you are a 12-year-old, don't contact the cops to assist you with your drug deals. I think that's the moral of the story. I'm going to save it. Yeah, this is all the way back on day 3. We're on day 5. Now, yeah, I'm just gonna mail the signatures. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Like, the woman who has the kid seemed enthusiastic about the shelter. I'm very much bothered that I can't think of a reason why I'm doing it, but I don't know. Fuck it. I mean, I guess more specifically, the reason why I'm doing it is because I believe it's worth some experience points. And even though I've got several unspent points, there's no upwards limit to the number of points that I want to have. I don't know where the plaza is. Like, it says the plaza in front of the Whirling in Rags. Here's the front of it. That's the call box. Oh, this is it. This is it right here. Why do I want to do this? I get some experience points for it. Probably, possibly enough to level up again, and that's good. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Of the 2 people, I successfully convinced them to do it. I didn't have to threaten them. I'm just going to mail it.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM sticker.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
All right, let's drop in the white envelope.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon.
Let's go back to Everard. This better be worth it after what we did.
You know, Kim, I asked for your advice, and you did not speak up, so back up. Chivalry is saying, well, that is a clear moral value. Yes, unlike The Witcher, the morality in the world of Disco Elysium is actually extremely clear. Step 1, don't go to the cops to complete your drug deals for you. Step 2, if you murder someone, make sure that you have a sympathetic reason for having done it. What am I thinking about doing? I want to go in here, right? This is still my main way in and out. And this may progress. What I'd like to do before the end of this episode, I want to get the boots. That has been, we spent so much time getting the body down out of the tree, and I've wanted those boots, and I assume that those boots will have a similar interfacing value to the gloves. Maybe not, maybe they'll do something else. But I envision that the boots that have been wrapped around the congealing, rotting, blood-pooling fetid limbs of the man that was hanging up in the tree for almost 2 weeks, I imagine that those are going to have a really nice stat boost, and I cannot wait to get them on. So I would like to make sure that we get those boots in this episode. So one thing that might happen as we advance towards the end of our available quests that we can pursue for today is we might read a book. We actually just found a brand new book. We'll read that. We'll get it to the point we can send Kim to bed and then go see if we can get those boots off. Quick save.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Well, how kind. Hey, remember the container I asked you about? Turns out there's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Slime like him, he must have oozed in through the cracks. That's what I'm going to say. I did not like that guy.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
That's very good. Well, Kim didn't see the light-bending portion of it, though. Nothing can stop an innovative mind.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Yes, for God's sakes, you're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Okay, well, his loss. Yeah, so I did put a stop to that. That's the other thing. I'd forgotten all about this. Okay, I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry.
He claps his hands together.
Of course.
Oh.
I already knew this.
See, that's why I didn't lie. By the way, if anybody was wondering, this guy, he's pulled a couple thin ruses to try to make me think that he knows everything that's going on. But the fact that he was lying about those things, and he might be lying now, doesn't mean that he doesn't have eyes everywhere. Like, for example, the Hardy Boys that are sitting in the whirling in rags with windows on all sides. Probably a window that can see that mailing box. They would have known if I was there. That was why I was thinking about it. Also, blah 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 is saying, I wonder what Kim will say when you meet him in the morning with your shiny new boots. You would think that he would have some questions about those, but I will simply tell him that I bought cheap knockoffs at the pawn shop while he was away.
My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now.
Wow, the mailman being his friend was not what I predicted, but...
You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
Hear that? You did it the honest way. You got the real signatures, and now he's happy. Well done. I don't know. Your dirty forgery fingers aren't sure if playing this one straight was the right thing to do.
True. I'm not sure if it was the right thing to do.
We would have preferred trickery, but the choice was yours, sire. As always. You are the liege, and you're in.
Okay, what was on the fine print in the document?
There was no fine print, Harry. But I do hope all that construction noise and limited street access encourages some people to move. After a year of that ruckus, who wouldn't?
Oops. Yes. The noise would do the trick. It'll be terrible.
And when they do, they will have a good place to go. I'm currently working on renovating the buildings near the roundabout into affordable workers' palaces.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, There's nothing left. But mark my words, officers. We are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
What do you mean?
Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
Youth supermarket church complex. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Yes, I do. I got the centre, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even a touch of pain. And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
Well, let's ask him.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together.
You would look nice as a statue.
No. As fervently as he believes the things that he's saying and building a better world and all that, history is riddled through with people who thought that they had a grand vision for how to make society better, and the only thing that they had to do first was knock down the society that currently existed. The people that live there in that fishing village, they might not be living in very high or clean conditions, but they seem pretty content with it. They seem pretty happy. I don't know. Like, I look at it and say, I want there to be a school, and I want there to be medical care, and I want there to be like people to watch over the kids and so forth. But the way that he's talking about doing it, it's this sort of like gentrification idea that comes in and attempts to bleach out anything that is deemed undesirable by whatever mega wealthy actor is doing it. And it's, I mean, I'm just explaining why I'm saying, like, I knew you were up to something.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
Okay, did you order the hanged man killed? He did not, but...
Order it? You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
What if anything, do you gain from him being dead? Like, there's nothing that I know of.
Why, a war, of course.
Oh, buddy, you're gonna get a war.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
I'm not going to say this. It's too well, maybe I will. Have you ever heard what 2 giant Surrey's hornets can do to an entire colony of bees? They destroy it.
I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies.
He crosses his hands contently, thinking of the interior temperature of the wasp rising.
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
Oh, this guy is such an asshole. And what's frustrating is that he feels very much about consolidating power and wealth for himself, and yet I do feel like the people that he's speaking for, like the workers that he's standing up for, will ultimately benefit more from this than they do under the current agreement. It feels very much like a lesser of two evils, and this guy's making it super hard when he says dumb, insulting, demeaning shit. What?
Tits from her arsehole.
Oh, I wasn't asking about that part.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
Who did kill the hanged man? I don't know if he knows, but we might as well ask.
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
He really doesn't know. A guy, huh?
I assume it was just an expression. How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
He really doesn't.
Well, okay, how many of you guys are there in the Union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol. And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
They might be less motivated now that I cut down on their available vodka. How are you going to fund your new independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
You can't possibly hope to continue like you have been. Clients are going to leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's just the top of the top of the iceberg? That's weird. That's just the top of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine. usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned.
He smiles.
But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Drugs are a super go for my character, though. I take so many of them. Is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share?
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
I'm going to say interesting stuff. I just want to solve this murder, okay?
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that may or may not be unethical.
That's cool. Can you tell Kim how little I get sidetracked? He might need to hear it.
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
He doesn't give a shit if it's illegal. I don't know why I'm saying that. But that's wrong. So is there a trade or isn't there? Go on or say nothing. Say nothing.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
I'm kind of all in on, like, communist cop at this point, so that's very ambitious. I like what you're doing with the for the working man. No, that's what we're going to say.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
Okay, can I ask you about specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
I'm pretty sure Leonard is the guy that's sitting on the shipping crate outside, and I don't actually have any specific questions. Okay, can I have my gun back?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Okay, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
I continue to feel, by the way, that there's a little bit of a plot hole that my character sold his gun to the pawn shop apparently after getting blackout drunk and still woke up with none of his bills paid, like not the bar tab or anything at all, and also no money. Now maybe he got robbed, but that has simply gone completely unaddressed, that he sold his gun for money and I don't have any money. Or when you start the game, you don't have any money.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving it around?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual.
Who is she?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
A smile flickers in the corners of his mouth.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Okay, can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
Okay, the near the old fish market on the coast, the one on the boardwalk. Well, fucking what boardwalk, man? I don't know where that is. A little past the fishing village. If I knew where the boardwalk is, I'd be at B double prime.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Okay, so what's my timeline looking like now? I certainly want to have Kim with me when I go there, because Kim has a gun, unlike me. We get the gun, hopefully. Then I send Kim to bed. Then I get the boots. Then I go to sleep. Then I wake up and have Kim take the body off for processing, hopefully.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly, there's sadness in his tone.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Well, consider this my bounce pass. It turns out the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew. I stopped this madness.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry.
Okay, I really thought that he'd be more angry about that. I'm gonna see if I can ask any more questions about the harbor.
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you. Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else?
Let me see if there's anything else regarding Joyce.
Great! You want
No.
about absolutely, Harry. What's on your...
Okay, so at 2200 I can go past the old fish market, and we're gonna want to start right at 10 p.m. because I don't know where it is, and that's been frustrating for me. Wash off the death smell. I guess that can only be done in the Whirling in Rags, and I might never do that then, because I'm not going to spend $20 to go in there. Send the victim's body for processing. Look for Ruby on the coast. We got to wait until tomorrow on that. Determine where the shot came from. I'd love to. Get yourself organized. Spirit is eternal. So that's another thing that I could do. Maybe to pass the time. I'm concerned that if I down that blue juice, I'm going to like pass out until the next day or something. Yeah. Wow. Look at our quest log, everybody. We really cleaned that up. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking inside my head as opposed to outside my head. It's tough to organize the thoughts out there. Let me just see if he has anything else to say. I'm gonna interrupt him here.
Mister. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble
Hey, I want to
at
ask
all.
about someone.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Well, top of mind, what's the deal with that guy in the container?
Who do you mean, mister?
The fancy guy in a suit in that container over there?
I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people with suits and purdy carriages.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing matters related to Everett with you.
Also, so we know Edgar is Everart's brother. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen him anywhere in here. I kind of thought that he would be front and center, so I'm going to ask about Edgar.
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everart's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everart's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safra. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made, too.
I'll just say this about the situation out on the coast. It feels very much like the choice being presented, now that we have a clearer picture, is leave the people on the coast living in squalor, forgotten and scratching a living out of the mud while their children go uneducated, lacking any opportunities, and wind up like Kuno getting hooked on speed, or as Lillian said, picking up the bottle and starting to drink at age 11 because they're just bored for anything else to do, or side with Everart to begin reclaiming the area, building housing and putting jobs in for people to work at, and as a side effect, having a bustling new drug trade that, according to Everart, is going to be directed at places that are not this. I don't know. I don't know what the right thing is there. It's disappointing to me that we have dark or darker as our potential outcomes on the horizon, but we did what we did, so tell me about Manana.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everart sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in stressful times like these.
Okay. I know who Measurehead is. I'm curious what Leo has to say about him.
Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
Let me ask about Titus.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice friendly sort old Titus is.
He's probably one of those rare specimens who are born when two drunk seamen stumble on top of each other on the deck amidst a storm so violent it flings whales around.
Okay, that's a weird idea. Tell me about Renee.
The night guard. He was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. He died recently. Something with his ticker.
It spells here something with his ticker, rather. And I don't know if that's he didn't say the word that way, so I guess I'll ask about the very last person, Everard himself.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everard would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
If anything, the ever-present smile on Leo's face gets even warmer.
Sure, mister.
Alright, Yep, can't do anything there. We already moved the shipping container. We already talked to light-bending, ultra-rich guy. Whoops, let me go down here. Yeah, I kind of feel like we're gonna walk out to the shoreline. Is there anybody else that we'd want to talk to? Not that I can think of. No, the next person that I want to meet with, that I definitely want to meet with, is Ruby, and that's going to advance the political. So wait, let's think about it. I've done everything that I can with the Union. Wait a second, maybe we do want to go see Ruby, because the Union business is done. The Union business is done, and the cryptid, the cryptozoologist thing is done. So I don't think that there's any reason not to go see Ruby now, because those are the things that are gonna get shut down. Because otherwise, it's just walk out to the fishing village and read a book for another 4 hours or so, 6 hours. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm a big believer in trying to squeeze the most out of every day. I'm very Stardew Valley in that way. You push it right up to the last second that you can be out and doing anything. Now, of course, one issue here is that, like, I don't know where the stupid Feld building is relative to where I am right now, because I still haven't learned that. I think it's kind of northeast, westish to the south. Okay, I think it's over here, actually. Yeah, this giant thing that looks like the boardwalk. Also, I'm not wearing my my traditional clothes here. Let's put that on. I should like the way that looks with the black jeans. Wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, so we're taking a -1 in perception, but I'll show you why I don't care so much about that. Perception was my, like, bonus thing, so it's actually higher than anything else here. It works out. I'm not too upset about it. And I still got 5 skill points. And just make sure I do have this running. Yep, cleaning out the rooms is running. Okay, let's go down here. And I'm going to do another thing here. I'm going to spend some of those points. I think I'm going to reserve 1, just in case. But the whole logic of holding them is that, what if I want to white check something? What if I want to white check something? I've sort of done everything. Like, let's go take a quick look. Actually, you know what? I'm going to resave over this one. Was that... Hold on a second. Hold on. That was my quick save. No, I want to... Oh, was my permanent save now? Yeah, okay. So, let me just see. If I was to white check something, I could do a volition check with Klaasja. I don't care that much about that. He's gone. I'll never see Gary the Crypto-Fascist again. The game was very clear about that. I don't think I care very much about the crime novels. I could be wrong, but as far as I can tell, the novels are used exclusively to allow time to pass. Gaston is all about getting his sandwich, and I don't care about that. Now, racist lorry driver, I wouldn't mind, like, giving him what for. Then there's a stained glass window, and that does play into encyclopedia power. And that would get me a little bit of more experience points. Then I can try to sleep with Lelianne. That's a suggestion ability. The hand-to-eye coordination there, and then composure here. And then the rest of these things are not super important to me. Okay. So if I was to do anything, both encyclopedia and suggestion do actually play into my strengths. The only key with Lelianne is that I'd have to wait for, again, Kim to not be around. Yeah, alright, so let's go take a look. So, I am going to drop a point into encyclopedia. I'm not sure that I want to do that. Let me take a look here. I'd rather have a point into suggestion, because suggestion lets you do things. Yeah, I'm going to put a point into suggestion. I'm going to put a point into savoir-faire. I'm thinking about putting a point into interfacing. I am going to put a point into encyclopedia. Or am I making a mistake by continuing to put points into things that I'm already kind of good at? Like, I might get my gun back pretty soon. I mean, I might want to have some hand-eye coordination to go with that. It hasn't come up very often, but then again, it's been so low that I've probably been quietly failing a lot of the checks about it. Yeah, fuck it. Let's put a point into hand-eye coordination. Now that leaves 2 points. And I think if I was to add one... Oh, wait, did I... Okay, presumably it's saved. Yeah, because I'm down to just the 2 points. That's good. And now, if I wanted to add one more thing to sort of process here in the background... I don't want this one. Now, the Jamrock Shuffle, that is an interesting one. I do like all containers. And what if... Oh, it unlocks so late, though. No, I don't care about that one. Date of birth generator could be interesting. Where's the one about being an alcoholic? Business of silence, no. Wasteland. Okay, here it is. It's been brought to your attention that you're an alcoholic. It's a sickness and it's killing you. This is going to steal 2 points of insomnia for 20 hours, which is like a full day. And that doesn't count the hours that you're asleep, by the way, which is a little bit of a kick in the teeth. That's a long time for that penalty. Oh, I don't think that I can do that one. That's too... Based on what we think is going to happen next, I'm worried about where that's going to go. Boy, I'm really going to suffer for that. But then again, you know what? I put 2 points into it. This is actually... I take it back. This is only taking me back down to where I started. Do it. Fuck it. Unlock. Wasteland of reality. Internalize. Okay. Now, I actually have 2 new things that I can do. I'm not going to go try to do suggestion with Lillian, but I can try to jimmy open the encyclopedia at the window. And then we're going to go talk to Ruby. Let me just put on my encyclopedia glasses. Here they are. I do like that the church has gotten fully decked out in disco lights and lasers and stuff. They put a lot of work into this environment.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting.
Did I not put a point into... Okay, that's fine. I really thought I put a point into encyclopedia, but that's fine. Put those back on. Oh, and hello to Grumpy, who says the morality in that game is something. This game here? And also, what, there's so many things that could, prompt that response. I'm curious which specific thing it was. Egghead must be, oh yeah, Egghead is living his best life. Egghead was sitting in that tent, and he had faith that if he just stayed in there a little bit longer, everything was going to work out. And lo and behold, some fucked up cop with amnesia came in and gave him everything he dreamed about. Mia, thank you for doing the shouts outs. Okay, oh, let me just double check here. So, I don't know if I'm headed into a conflict. Let's imagine for a moment that I am. +1 rhetoric. I do have a pretty good rhetoric. And my drama is +2. I'm trying to think, is there anything I want to change up? Empathy's +1, composure, drama. I'm not pulling a lot of negatives here. -1 drama, but that's made up for with the bow tie and the tank top. The only other thing that I might do is, do I want to pop some speed before I do this? And the trouble is, I have no idea what this is going to entail. Negotiating with a 12-year-old is never easy, no matter how high you might be. Trust me. And... Oh, Goofy's saying, well, specifically in the game? Well, the last 6 hours or so. Goofy's saying, you can answer this. If you take speed, does it make negotiating with a 12-year-old easier? And Grumpy's saying, negotiating with a 12-year-old is never easy, no matter how high you might be. Trust me. Wait, Wait, go back. I'm walking because I'm trying to be very sneaky, but I don't remember that picture. Did I look at that picture before? As soon as we click on it... Oh, and there's a thing up here that I can click on.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly.
Look, Kim, it's Comrade Mazov. Also, yes, Grumpy, is everyone home and safe again? Are the kids back from camp?
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
A long time ago? How long?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
Kim looks around.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment by then, but that's all been looted.
What's with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Maybe I should move in here. It seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
He doesn't mind me sleeping in the rundown shack down by the ocean, but living in this former communist haven, no, that has to wait until after we've succeeded. Could someone have stopped through here more recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
He looks at the dust. Grumpy is confirming that everybody's home, and that's all he's going to say about it. Well, I'm glad for that. Also, I should have my flashlight out. The same slit window you saw from the outside.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
Oh, hold on. We found a location.
Outside the window, the day is clear, and as mild as can be in early spring.
Could the killer have used this hideout? Now, I have a question. I came through this room before, and we clicked on things, and I did not see either the... Or did I not? I really thought that I came through here. I don't understand how I missed these things during our last visit. Kim, could the killer have used this hideout?
It's a great place to hide, and Machiavellianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Well, I can't see the whirling in rags at all, so the shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
All right, let me just check, because that was unexpected. Check the boardwalk. Okay. Once again, big ups to Elf Planitor, who assured me when I couldn't find it, and I couldn't find it, and I couldn't find it. He said one thing. He said, you know, regular story progression will show you the way. And it did. And that's all he said. He didn't tell me when it would come up or where it would come up. All he did was save me time of wandering up and down the boardwalk. And by God, I still wanted to walk up and down the boardwalk. Now, again, why? I'm just going to take out the flashlight because I still don't understand. When I came through, yeah, having the flashlight out doesn't make those things not flash. I must have just missed it. That doesn't feel good. By the way, I had the flashlight out because even though we've got lots of ribbons of light here shining down through the wood plankings above, my perception or whatever specifically said you should have your flashlight out here. Also, this is so cool, I think, the flashlight effect of it follows your mouse. All of these posts have a shadow. Okay, stop. We have just done more stuff, so I'm going to lay down a more stuff save. Actually, I'm going to go down here, yeah. Just in case I want to think differently about how I spent those points. Okay, this is it. Let's go talk to Ruby. As far as I know, I've done what I needed to do before talking to Ruby. A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. 40 cents. $1.15. This is the other side of the collapse in the tunnel.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Okay.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Okay, nonetheless, I'm going to cover my ears. Okay, not helpful.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Okay, I can say that directly Yeah, there's a couple things here. I saw your equations at the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
I really appreciate the detailed technical explanation of why I'm in agonizing, blinding pain.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards her torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
What is the specific legal status of the rights to this device?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Alright, this is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
So I was advised to keep her talking for a while. That's all of the dialogue options that I have. So could you please turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
2, 3, 6, 1, 8, 9, 2, 8, 1.
Dentist.
The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
She's carrying a 2-barrel front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under the floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She did not rat you out. Isabel, the washerwoman, Yeah, I found that on my own.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lely?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
It was your girlfriend she cracked. Who are we talking about there? Because Clausia's not her girlfriend. And it wasn't Isabel the washerwoman. Your girlfriend she cracked. I don't remember who that's referencing. And I'm very hesitant to say anything about Clausia. Here's the trouble. I don't know who I'm pointing at here. So I'm going. Well, I'm trying to think that I think it was Clausia who first shared suspicions, and it might be your girlfriend here as well. But
oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me. I want her to feel isolated and alone, although do I? Sorry, I just bumped the microphone. If she feels like there's nowhere that she can turn, she might get dejected and give herself up, or she might get violent and desperate. But I'm just gonna say Titus told us. It took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like. How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, let's say that.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
And I did not just stumble in here. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
She adjusts her grip on her gun.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Okay, wow. I'm trying to think if there's one or more of these things. So let's start with you have a gun. Although based on what they described, a double-barreled front loader, that does not sound like the bullet wound, the single bullet. You know what I never did? I never looked at the bullet. Damn it. Oh, I should have done that before I came in here. I completely forgot to do that.
And?
I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Where did you get this gun?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
That doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Okay, and I don't agree with hand-to-eye coordination saying this is such a wipeout. We asked her about, like, the gun that you're holding doesn't sound like it's the one that would have fired this shot. Do you have another one? No. Okay, that's actually points in her favor. That's not a wipeout. Is there any other... Sorry, there's other evidence.
Yeah, evidence.
Do you have an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
Oh, gosh. They did say that you left to take a really long leak, 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Our investigation shows that that was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Well, our goal is to, keep her talking for a while, it says, so play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There are some mysterious pinball machines and some pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
Okay, what kind of mysteries do interest you? Again, our goal is to run this out a little bit.
Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter any further.
Okay, how do you feel about elevators?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or don't you?
Not particularly.
Even the quaint old rickety ones?
I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Poor Kim. Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor to the Whirling on the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowned, studying your face.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence. I am embarrassed that I never once thought about that.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Did you leave any flowers for Klasya on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
They weren't just flowers, they were symbols of the revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Klasya was mourning?
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Okay, so you didn't leave the Maybells.
No, I did not.
I'm getting some experience points for this. I do know that you're running drugs for the Union.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her. Maybe twist the knife, just in case. Make her more desperate.
I made him talk.
Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
You had a financial investigation. I'm not gonna... If I say I can't trust anything you say, then she has no incentive to say anything whatsoever. Right? I mean, that doesn't seem like a very constructive thing to say. So you had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Okay, that's the wrong voice line. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Shamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter. But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Okay, let's ask her. This feels like I've saved this for a while just because it doesn't seem super relevant. Would you say that Lely is a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
You don't feel sympathy for mercs. Wait, she doesn't care if it's hard work. I'm not going to say that. Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself. She didn't hate him, okay?
Yeah, saying number one here, that doesn't seem like it bolsters our case at all, so I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Plaza's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Plaza.
What's so great about the antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Are you sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Okay, getting up there, I would have liked to have put on... who knew what was going to be in here, so I didn't think to put on any of my pain threshold gear. Who killed the merc? Well, let's ask her more generally. What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Klasha said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
It's pretty weird that you came up with this plan right on the spot.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah, and just like that, that is one lie too many. Okay, let's continue on. That's bad that she'd be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lely herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Okay, who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Okay, if you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Okay, that's not great.
Me.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Okay, that's a good point. What's my name? If you know that much about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Okay, so he's dangerous, La Puta Madre?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm gonna take what I consider to be the unusual position of just fessing up to this lady. I know I'm supposed to know all about this, but yeah, I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed to happen. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in the squad? Yeah.
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Oh no. What? No, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, what I was thinking is that 2 buff dudes and a lady sounds like the mercenary team. But they would have already been on the site for weeks, so that doesn't make any sense. Then there's the guy wearing the bad wig and the woman that he's hanging out with, but then I'm missing a third person. What else can you tell me about this?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
No, I have a little bit of an idea. It sounds like the blonde guy and the woman in uniform are the 2 that are standing in the first floor of the Whirling in Rags.
Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Yeah, they're in Martinez.
Correction. Lock. Set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Elf Planitor, what did you miss? I'll recap shortly. A lot's been going on.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there. It's pretty cool.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into the white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching. God damn it. This is it, by the way. I'm about to die. I don't have any more health cures.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
I've got a 72% chance. Do it. Yes!
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
Kim, are you okay?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
What? No! Stop! Rhetoric.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Why am I standing here like an idiot?
Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
She doesn't deserve to die like this.
A smirk crosses her face.
No!
As she watches you stand there, mute. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Oh God.
Fuck.
The lieutenant stands motionless, watching the blood pool in the sand. This is going to cost me a point of morale, but it's deserved. She killed herself. I failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Sure, what did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold? This is the right thing to do. Clean up, keep a cool head.
Okay, well, that seems like a good note for logic to say, okay, what do we do now?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
I need to save it. We're gonna save it. Sure. Whatever this one here was from June 1st. Or this one? Well, whatever. Just save it. Yeah, that has been, wow, 5.5 hours. Over 5.5 hours. And as Mia says, the sweet sound of silence. That was a lot of static for a long time. So Elf Planet Tour asked, what did I miss? Let's see. We cleared off virtually all of the side quests that were there. That included the ability to set up with the Ravers the nightclub that they wanted to put inside of the church. We were able to spend some points into physical instrument to go get the computer cube out of the freezer. We brought it to Suna. Suna was able to pull some information off of it, but didn't have the equipment that she needed. That allowed us to build a bridge with the Ravers where they came in. We hooked up all that gear together. She was able to recalibrate a couple times and bring in this deafening bass subphonic inaudible thrum that threatened to like shake the entire church apart. Egghead pulled out the plug that put a stop to that, but he did record it. Then from there we were able to she's going to stay there and continue to analyze the hole in the universe that sort of leak into the pail, and we were able to then go get the tape out of the tree, help Egghead remix his song, and then he was able to use the sound of the pail to pump up the bass, and came up with a really awesome sound. So now the church is a super thump happy rave center. I don't know what to call it. It's a neat place. I really like the laser beams and everything else. We were also able to have both Leliane and Isabel sign the document for Everard, and then we did mail in the document, at which point we went to talk to Everard, and he basically confessed to the fact that he's going to be using the opportunity to do some construction along the coastline to try to force out some of the residents and force them out of their homes so that he can turn the whole thing into like basically a strip mall with some low income housing and create some jobs and stuff. Job proposals that sound equal parts, and that it's going to renovate the area but also chase people out of the homes that they have, and also it's going to be financed through a bunch of drug trades that are going to be happening overseas. So that's kind of rough. And we got a lead on where Harry's gun is, and his gun is not with Ruby, which is what I had sort of suspected, but rather with an old woman that we have an opportunity to hopefully track that down a little bit later in this game day. But the rest of this game day is not going to be taking place during this stream, because instead we're going to find somebody fun to raid, and I am going to go get some dinner here. So as we come in here, I just want to make sure that we don't get any feedback, and I think it's a great opportunity to do a raid over to Papadopoulos 84, who's playing one of my very favorite games ever. It is XCOM 2, and I bet that if Mia interacts with him, he will also make a soldier after Mia. And Mia, your soldier, if it's going to be accurate, will need to be one of the sharpshooters. So as you put in a channel point request to get a soldier made in XCOM 2, make absolutely sure that it is a sharpshooter. With that said, I want to thank everybody for joining me for this extra long and extremely productive episode of Disco Elysium. 5 hours, like that recap didn't seem... it felt like a short recap for a lot of progress, but it was a lot of progress nonetheless. And when we come back for episode 18, we will see about cleaning up the body of this woman that killed herself. That was disappointing, man. We had a 72% odd chance to save her, and I just flubbed that roll. Man, that's disappointing. Anyway, we take the successes and failures as they come, and that last one was a big failure, and I'm super disappointed. But we'll see what happens next, and hopefully get Harry's gun back. I can't wait to see what he does with it. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day.